Okay from us locally that we record. Zoom will be recorded. So I accept on behalf of all of us, the Global Assembly, University of Glasgow Student Union. Thank you. So welcome to the Global Assembly 2021 from the University of Glasgow, COP26, Student Union Debate Room. It's an historical event, and it's so nice to see all of you, all friends from around the world. Thank you for being here. So it's over to Luisa in Italy. You were logging on very early this morning. We love to hear your voice.
Sorry, Inger, I didn't get what you said. Sorry. I didn't get what you said, Inger.
I'm welcoming to talk and present yourself briefly.
To talk and present. Oh, yes.
Oh, just say hi to say hi.
Sorry?
Just say hi and say hi to the world.
Hi to the world. I'm saying hi to the world. I'm so happy to be here. And I think that it is such a clever and good idea to put together this effort towards a new economy. I have, well, I have already shown, I have written a book on I am a psychologist, and I am interested in the psychological consequences of the of the economical model, both intrapsychically and as a social link. And I think that we live in a system, in an economical system that puts each other one against the other one, and each one is enemy of the other. Win, lose, lose, win. I am referring to John Nash theory. And I think that we have to change this perspective, where each of us is enemy of the other, towards a win-win solution, just to find a way to put into evidence the need that we have of one each other. I'm talking about the mirror neurons as well, because in my book I am facing also this aspect, means the need of each other that we all have reciprocally. And if we are able to develop this part of our life, of our mind, of ourselves, I think that we can find a better solution for living and for being happy altogether. We don't need enemies, absolutely not. We don't need it. And this is my perspective, the reason why I'm here. Then I met Yunus in 2002, and I started creating a series of things. And as a psychologist, what he was doing, I am a group psychologist, especially group analyst, and looking at his experience, it was evident all what came out after in my reflections and my work. And so he has been my inspirer in some way. And I have given him the Italian citizenship. He's Italian as well. In spite of his face, he's Italian. And I'm joking, of course. And so he has opened another piece of knowledge in my life. And so I'm very grateful to him, to his way of thinking. And I'm very grateful to all of you, because all together we share something very, very good to develop. So the idea of creating a win-win movement, I think, is something that I have had in my mind. I have created an association. Sorry, I forgot. I have created an association which is named Win-Win, of course. And with this association, I go to schools to discuss with the students, the secondary schools, to discuss about these aspects of living together. I mean, as I already told you, the need to find a come si dice, empathic solution to our lives. We don't need to be enemies. I think this is something very important to me as a psychologist. Okay, is it enough for my presentation? Tell me if you need. Oh, well, I live in Bologna. I was born in Bologna. I live in Bologna. I was
We are
professor.
very happy to have Bologna in the room. Thank you for joining us from Bologna.
Yeah.
We're so happy to have you here.
Thank you, dear.
I pass to David, Global Assembly 2021. David, you are in the historical spotlight here. It's the Global Assembly. And you're saying they, it's a we.
Yes. Today I am not a human being. I am an assembly, a gathering of people in my own head and in spirit with everyone here, because I'm here in London, by the way, so I'm not so far from Glasgow, in between Italy and Glasgow, you can say. I have a terrible guilty confession that I looked up before this meeting what global warming means for London, and it means that I will be living in the weather of Bologna in 50 years' time. That's how far the global heating will move my geography. I work with basically how people come together, decide, vote, deliberate. I work on institutional design, and that is a mixture of using facilitation, art and creativity, but also law and technology, how you can design new forms of economy, new forms of institution that are empowered by technology, but also can interface with the existing world of power outside that, using playfulness and our ability to create our own agreements in law. I'm not going to go too much on about that. I'm really here to help serve and record and be brought into this space to facilitate the discussion. So I will go choose someone else to speak next. Who shall I pick here? A fellow David, David Blockstein.
Well, good morning, everybody, or good afternoon. Good morning for me, because I'm in Maryland in the US. You'll be hearing from me in a few minutes as a speaker, so I'll be brief. I am with the Bard College Center for Environmental Policy. They're based in Annandale, New York. I'm based in Maryland, outside Washington, DC, and our role is climate change education, and I'm going to be talking about the worldwide teach-in on climate and justice that will be taking place on or about the 30th of March next year, and I invite each of you and all of you to participate in that discussion, and I will talk about it when I have my opportunity. So thank you, and I'll pass it on to Sheila, please.
So let me also introduce Chetna from India.
Yeah, I did go already. So yes, Chetna, go.
Yes, welcome Chetna from Rangbhoomi group in India.
Namaste.
And I put
Yes.
namaste, namaste. I'll put also add to spotlight. I'll put Roshan. Welcome.
Welcome. Namaste, everyone.
Namaste, everybody. I'm Chetna. I'm from India, from Rangbhoomi. It's great to see such a beautiful space. First of all, I think it's a beautiful space and all beautiful people here in the Zoom room too. We are in India and we work with children. Oh, I can see Sadaf. Hi, Sadaf. Yes. We work with children in schools in the rural India. We also work with children in the urban slums of Mumbai, creating spaces of joy for living and classroom, playful classrooms through applied theater processes. I always say that our native culture has always lived in its ecosystem with the nature. The way we run our kitchens is all nature. The seeds that we put in our vegetables and curries are all from the trees. I always remember when I had blisters in my mouth, we used to just eat a guava leaf And that's what the medicine was. So food as medicine is what is probably as what I always keep exploring. And with children and youth is what we gather the collective wisdom from. And as I said, I learned from the video today of a 10-year-old. She said, keep it simple. So I'm going to take that as my word for today, to keep it simple. We don't have to, wherever we are, she said, keep it simple. So that's where we are, and I'm going to pass it to Roshan. And Roshan can take it.
Okay, thank you, Chetna. Yes, keeping it very simple. Rangbhoomi is an organization. This is an applied theater organization. It's not our surname. So yes, very happy to be here, and I'm reading a lot about like what is happening around the world. Even our Prime Minister is involved in this climate change. He's also meeting different people around the world. And it's a great to be here. And I would also like to add one more thing, that the children, the kind of the wisdom they have, the ideas they get during the session, it's beautiful. They like how Chetna mentioned, keep it simple. Like, wonderful. We do not have to like scientist every time to talk about climate change. We can have these small steps and small sayings that can help us. Yeah, thank you so much. And I
Namaste.
pass it to, yes, namaste.
I'll pass it to our local participants and part of the C6 world.
Great.
Let's say hi to the world.
Yes. Welcome to the University of Glasgow Student Union. We're very happy to be hosted in this historical institution. My name is Bramley. I'm here with Initiatives of Change, which is a global movement of amazing change makers from 75 countries. And we have a base in India, in Panchgani, Asia Plateau. We focus on nation building, peace, reconciliation. That's what the organization was created back in the 30s to stop the Second World War, but they were a bit late. So after the war, the late 1940s, they started sending young people around the planet in musical theater groups, Song of Asia and Anything to Declare. Rajmohan Gandhi was very involved in it, and the healing process started. We meet every summer in the Co Palace in Switzerland, and that's where we have our conferences. But since COVID-19 hit us last year, everything has been virtually, just like now, hybrid meetings. I lead an organization called Worldview Impact Foundation, and we work on large-scale ecosystem restoration from the eastern Himalayas of Northeast India all the way to the Bangladesh and Indian Sundarbans, and all the way to the Delta region of Myanmar, where we are restoring millions of mangrove trees. And we've planted about 27 million trees, and our goal is to do 1 billion trees by the end of this decade, this UN decade for ecosystem restoration. And our goal is to draw down 1 billion tons of carbon from the planet. And yesterday we met with other ecosystem restoration organizations, forests, wetlands, coastal, and there are about 60 organizations, and collectively all these organizations plant, grow, and restore 500 million trees every year. We need to do like 1 billion trees every year minimum to restore the balance on Earth, both in coastal ecosystems and mountain ecosystems. So I ask all of you, wherever you are, to at least plant 10 trees a year, every year. In a country like India, there's 1.5 billion people, and if just each citizen plants a tree, that's 1.5 billion trees a year, you know, because if the monsoon fails and if all the Himalayan glaciers melt, India would be a desert, and hundreds of millions of people will die, and sea level will rise. So we need to secure the mountains and the coastlines and protect fragile ecosystems from being destroyed from the impact of climate change, especially for the poor and vulnerable people, not only in our country, but across the developing world, in the tropical zones that are being impacted and are being killed by climate changes in their communities, from droughts to floods to storms to, you know, and even volcanic eruptions, because our poles are shifting as the glaciers melt. The weight on the planet is also shifting. So we humans are distorting the weight of the planet. Hence, the poles are also shifting and flipping. So if we don't take action now, we won't have a planet to fight for. And this is the last decade. And that's why the United Nations has termed this decade as the decade for ecosystem restoration. There's no quick fix technological solution. It's only working with nature-based solutions that can solve the problem. But this has to happen at a planetary scale. Not only India, not only China, not only Europe, under the US, whole of Africa, the whole of Latin America, and all the citizens of the planet need to work together and stop their petty political wars and economic wars. We need to restore the balance on Earth, and that's why we're gathered here today. So that's my call to you, to at least plant 1 tree a year, or 10 would be the best option, right?
Yes, yes.
Thank
yes,
you
yes.
very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Premli. It's a call to plant trees. But it's a call for our creativity as bring back the joy and the capacity for human collaboration across borders. And that's why we're having the global team of the the theater group, creative collaboration across borders with the Imagine Action team. Before we open up formally, we would like just to say hi to Uri, also from Italy, and from a global community. Are you there, Uri?
Yes.
So
We
we'll
would like
start-
to, may I ask you? May I ask you one thing, one question?
Yes, please.
Yes, the point is that I would like to videotape everything. Is it possible? Because we have received a message saying that registration taping is not allowed.
Yeah.
But you are doing that and you will send it to us. Is it the case?
Yes, we will
Okay.
send it to you.
Okay.
Because in this historical global assembly, we like it to restore it for historical purposes. So yes,
Sure.
we'll record it.
Okay, and we will have the copy of that. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you, dear. Thank you, Inger. Norway is fantastic. I am not wrong. Norway in the Lofoten Islands has been the first place where microcredit has been transferred from Bangladesh. And I went there and I met the ladies over there. It was an incredible experience. I went there with a student who was in Erasmus here in Bologna. We went together there to meet these ladies who were in love with what they were doing. It was something fantastic, because usually they were left alone by their husbands for pesca, for reasons of
In the Global Assembly, we would like to connect with all the best universities in the world. That's why we are at the University of Glasgow on this historical day. So we want to enlighten a new creative era for humanity with the work of artists around the world. The next COP should be designed by artists. We need creative capital to be back into our communities. Take a lead, Uri. What can we do across borders for artists?
Yeah, I'm just thankful for this opportunity to connect with all of you, and I feel I see myself an artist, but the kind of art that I do, or the kind of artist that I believe in, is the sort of art that we're all are. You know, we're all artists deep inside, or the layers of inside that we covered with the education and things. And the artist that my child that is there creates is not afraid to make a drawing, or to share, or to sing, or to be free. So for me, an artist is to be free and to show other people they are free. I think what I will be doing today, I'll be listening with you hopefully we can kind of map a little bit, bring some beauty into it. I feel that when we speak about climate, it seems like very big, and a lot of people are kind of they might, a lot of people care about climate, but it seems overwhelming maybe, or too big, or daunting, they say in English. And I feel how to make it more accessible. And also maybe it's not about us, maybe it's about the earth and the nature that listening to that. So I feel the artist is the part of us that listens to nature. I've started to make a little drawing, and I will continue my drawing later as I'm listening. So this is the drawing I started to make, and I don't know exactly why this drawing, but something about a seed and a flower and an egg and an earth, and I would like to be curious of in this moment where everything breaks. The eggs breaks, then something from the crack can emerge. Yeah, that's where I am right now. Again, inviting people to listen with their imagination and create from the inner child, and see what we can create together as a collective, temporary collective creative created today to listen to this new story.
Thank you, Uri. We're so happy to have this global assembly with the global world, and artists across borders, intellectual across borders. We connect in universities globally with intention from the global assembly and the student union here in Glasgow. It's an historical day, and we're trying to unite all of us in a creative artist approach for a new era of economics. So we're opening the labyrinth of Adam Smith to the world, to the children, to the youth, to the future generations. I'm grateful that we're here. I'm grateful that we're here together. And I'm happy that we are together hosting this with our team on the side. And I'm trying to get eye contact so we know that we're trying to roll on the beginning from our voices from the ground at the University of Glasgow.
Ingrid, could you spotlight that so we can get a great
Spotlight, absolutely. You know, I'm multitasking. Just as you know, we are the Centre for Development Scotland, and it's a non-governmental initiative for promoting multidimensional development nexus. So we are multidimensional, so I'm spotlighting the screens, I'm talking with you, and I'm talking with the team, the global extended team of the Imagine Action. So yesterday was Friday for Fridays for Future. We are rephrasing that to Fridays for Action, on the ground, on the grassroots. So that's our voice from here. It's a new day, it's the 6th November, and our team is getting itself coordinated, the coffee is served, the tea is served. So, yes, we can see the global team on the screen. So we are up to 17 globally people, participants here in the gallery view from the world, from all corners of the world. Yes.
Is it there?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So we'll spotlight David.
No. I'll go about this.
Yeah.
Is it ready?
It's ready, but I will let you just.
Is David
Yes.
Block is there?
Yes, he's
The
here.
speaker.
He's here. We'll spotlight him.
Okay.
I'll spotlight you and David. David Boville, could you? I also can see Chris is here on the Zoom.
He's our speaker, David Blockstein.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You please stand.
We're running late. Don't keep time. You shall keep time.
Please.
Okay. You have your seat?
Sachin, are you coming in?
Did get us to be presenting his case quickly? Because
Yes.
processing should be a
Yes. Please, David, take the floor, David.
Okay, all right, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody, wherever you may be. It is so wonderful to be gathering globally, even if we have to be gathering virtually. So I'm going to share my screen and give you a little presentation about an opportunity that I hope that you will all
Yes.
participate in, the worldwide teach-in on climate and justice that we are organizing for next
Just a few minutes.
March
I want you to
30th.
stand here so you can be-
We is the Bard College Center for Environmental Policy and Graduate Programs and Sustainability in New York. We are sponsored by the Open Society University Network, and we have a lot of partners around the world, regional partners in South America and Canada, working in Africa, Central Europe, Asia, as well as national organizations. Last April, we,
Yes. Okay, David?
yes,
Yeah, please stand here. I'd like to,
Be online and just,
yes, just to stand here. We'd like to introduce you as a welcome.
I have to welcome.
Oh,
the
okay.
audience.
Okay.
Then David will be appearing.
Yes. Okay, we'd like to welcome the audience before you continue because,
sure.
yeah, just give it once, call you immediately.
Oops.
Respected audience, a very welcome to you. A very good morning. Finally, you are here. The Global Assembly 2021. On invitation, mentioned that this is super match of the COP26. So the Center for Development has convened this Global Assembly on a theme of climate crisis, global poverty, and inequality. There's a core focus of ALON Global Assembly today. So much we've learned about COP26, about the crisis nature. Of course, thanks to Sir David Attenborough, so much teachings he had for us. I hope we will be in the process of learning. On the other side, a girl of 18 has boosted us to be on the journey to a very clean future. That's Greta Thunberg. As you know, we are in a broken syndrome, which is a crisis after crisis. Democracy is broken from it. On the 6th of January, in terms of insurrection in Washington, D.C. Global economy is broken, following out crisis one after one, 2007, 2009, market. Capitalism, the free market, is broken. The machine is broken. Gets with the crisis, that means that free hand doesn't work. Nature is broken. Planet under threat. So that's broken. So what we have to do? We have to have a new thinking, new ideas for a future to the path of greener and healthy world. So is the appeal today in that time. So you are here and you are building up in terms of how the traffic jam is there. So you can imagine gradually you will have more and more of you. I introduce the moderator for the day up to 1 o'clock, 2 sessions is Professor John Strathers and Inga Maje, who is in charge of the live stream, connecting us to the world, and other friends associated with the live stream and today's organization. As you understand, we mentioned right at Payne, the Nobel Peace Laureate with us. Very frankly, she was meant to be here yesterday, stay today, tomorrow, and then leave for Nairobi on his social business global summit. But that couldn't happen. Obvious reason, given his age and worsening COVID-19 in the UK, so he had to abandon the plan. But one thing we missed hugs and embraces, but we have to work from his voice right at 10 here. And this is an opportunity for you. Of course, we appreciate, we tried our best to connect him. So hopefully it will go smoothly, as if physically he's not here, but he's here with mindset and psychological, nutrition, everything. So we have got 2 sessions, then 9:30 till 11:15, followed by 11:15 to 1 o'clock. So I'd like to ask Professor John Strathers to have a quick word, and I'll call the first speaker of the day will be from New York, United States.
Good morning, everybody. I love the little stage because so my name is John Strathers, and I'm a professor of economics at the University of Western Scotland, where I direct a Centre for African Research on Enterprise and Investment. And it's my great honor to be asked to chair or moderate these morning sessions. A particular honor later on to be welcoming Professor Guinness, whom I first met in this building actually 10 years ago, when Dr. Ahmed, myself and Professor Guinness established the Journal of Social Business. Ironically, before I came here this morning, I was speaking to Professor Guinness about the summit that Dr. Ahmed referred to is ongoing, and it's organized by the Guinness Center in Dhaka and Mount Kenya University in Kenya. And so I was participating at the unhealthy this morning. So please have a bit of sympathy for me and note that, and sleep is very important to me. And it was delightful to speak to Professor Guinness this morning because he's at the summit. And also, I just add that I happen to be the Chancellor of Kenya University, so it's a pleasure to be here. There, and I have a great pleasure to be here. So my task is to introduce today's topic for session 1 and session 2. There is a strict time allocation for this, and I have a reputation for being ruthless in time. I brought up 3 sons, getting them to school in the morning. It's not easy, it's fun. I've done my apprenticeship. I'm a tradesperson in this activity So I will not take any prisoners, even if Professor Venus runs over time. I might not have in 1 minute. So I don't really want to say anything more about myself, except to say one thing, that I'm not an environmental economist, to be honest with you. And being an economist, we are duty bound as part of our training to ask questions about costs and benefits. It's actually part of our training to be skeptical. And whilst we know that there is global warming, I'll make a controversial statement just at the start, just to get us all excited. I'm from Glasgow. Yeah. But it's wonderful to visit, to see visitors from all over the world in Glasgow. But do we really need 30,000 visitors to talk about climate change? I was thinking it's a joke. Maybe 1,000. And what I'm saying here is that we have to stop with hysteria over climate change. We have to think rationally about it. We have to think as economists, as scientists about climate change. So that's why this one, as we say in Glasgow, tuppence worth to add to the debate. This doesn't make me a climate change denier, by the way. It makes me objective about these big issues in the world. And there are many other issues happening right now.
Inga,
in the world.
send message to David.
Let's not be too fixated on climate change. So I will stop
David, after Professor Yunus will speak.
Good morning, Professor Yunus again.
Hello.
So, without further ado, I'm going to introduce the first speaker, who actually inadvertently already started a few minutes ago, but prematurely. And this is Dr. David Blockstein of Bard College, New York, in America. So, the floor is yours, David. Maximum of 7 minutes, please.
Okay, well, hello, everybody, once again, and it's such an honor to be with Professor Yunus, and I will go briefly because I'm very interested in hearing what you say. So I'm going to go back and share my screen, and again, welcome everybody. I'm with the Bard College Center for Environmental Policy in New York. We have collaborators around the world, the Open Society University Network, and others around the world. This past April, we facilitated about 140 global dialogues, webinars, global dialogues on a green recovery, climate justice, a just transition, in climate solutions. And all of these are recorded on our YouTube channel. The overall name of the project is Solve Climate 2030. And somehow I'm not getting the screen share here. Sorry, let's go back to where we were here. So, so you can find 140 discussions about just transition and climate solutions around the world on our webpage, our YouTube page, Solve Climate by 2030. We also have developed teacher guides for a 1-hour class on these topics based around the dialogues. They're in 30 subject areas, and those of you coming from the arts, you can see that we have teacher guides in art and dance and theater and music, as well as other topics, and they are in English and Spanish and French. What I want to talk mostly about, though, is to invite you all to participate with us in the largest teach-in about climate and justice that we are organizing to take place this coming 30th of March in the year 2022. And so our goal is to have 1,000, not 1,000 individuals, but 1,000 participating institutions, colleges, universities, high schools, faith communities, public institutions, and to reach 500,000 people around the world. We'll only do this, of course, with lots of help from you. We have a pretty simple model, 3 options. One is to hold a one night or a one-day climate teach-in, and I'll talk about that in a moment. Second is the teach-in would be an in-person event if your COVID situation allows it. Another would be to hold a webinar where you would have speakers and discussions as we did last year. And then the third option is be creative. And obviously here we have a lot of creative individuals, both in your room and in Glasgow and around the world. And the most important thing is that we do something. Use this day of the end of the month leading up to Earth Month to focus the world on climate and climate justice. We have our website, worldwideteachin.org. And I'll just quickly go through what we did at BARD a couple of years ago. We had a one-night teach-in. It's a 3-hour session beginning with panels. And one of the important things is that this has to be a multidisciplinary combination conversation around topics like climate and justice, climate science, winning the story wars, global perspectives, and so involving faculty from economics and politics, and sociology and film and communications, philosophy, religions, environmental studies, etc. Have people from around the world sharing the solutions from their local areas. And then, of course, we have to conclude by bringing everybody together to talk about what we can do, because as we were just hearing earlier, that our theme now has to be action. And our theme has to be action with justice, because if action is coupled with justice, that there's no real solutions in the actions. And so an opportunity for people to come together. This is a model for colleges and universities. We have other models for secondary schools. We're developing one for elementary schools, and we are working with the Center for Earth Ethics at Columbia University to develop a model for faith institutions. But with this model, you get 25 faculty and staff presenting, 8 students moderating in maybe 15 different fields. And if the faculty participate, then their students will participate. So these teach-ins are really easy to organize. They really are. You can just get a group of a handful of people to organize, invite people to participate, ask them to just speak for 5 minutes, which is hard to do with a professor, but anybody can speak for 5 minutes on a topic. Almost everybody's going to say yes, because we're all concerned about climate change and we want to be part of the solution. You reserve your room, you get your speakers, you create your posters, you promote it, and you're done. So I'm asking you as my global colleagues and new friends to come and join us. We have information sessions the first Wednesday of every month. You can sign up at our website, worldwideteachin.org. Email me at solveclimate2030@gmail.com. And together we can focus the world on climate solutions and climate justice on the 30th of March next year. So thank you for your time and attention, and invite you to join with us.
Yes. Here.
Can I quick word?
Yes, you speak.
Good morning,
Good afternoon.
man. Professor Mahmoud Yunus.
Thank you.
We
Good
are
to see you.
together
Good to see you.
again.
Yes, indeed.
As I meant to you, that I know for obvious reason you are not here. You could be now on way to Nairobi, but situation of COVID situation compelled you to being over there. Anyway, so whatever I meant, all the audience that will not have a physical touch, but will have the very emotional, very psychological, very warmth, and a sweeter voice from you. We have good audiences. We'll have 20 children, 8 to 14, are keen to hear you. So it's a great moment. I hope we are on right schedule at the moment. So very welcome. And go ahead.
Thank you.
Starters.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the right cause. Thank you, Professor Yunus. Thank you.
Thank you, Jassim. Good to be here. Good to be in Glasgow. Glasgow is the epicenter of the world right now. So all the vibrations coming from there, shocks coming from there. So it's a great opportunity for me to have a chat with you with the kind of things that we are trying to address. When the COVID-19 began, the world kind of came to a halt and everybody was in a shock what's happening. And I was trying to pointing out that COVID-19 and the pandemic has brought out all the fault lines within the economic system, within the world that we have built. It came out very open, very vividly. The first shock was a huge amount of money, millions of people losing jobs, losing livelihood and income and so on. They have not recovered. People are usually at the bottom of the income graph. Bulk of them, 90% of them at the bottom of the income graph. Only few people at the top owning major part of the wealth of the world. 99% of the wealth belongs to 1% of the population. And they are in the way up in the income scale, on the wealth scale. The bulk of the people at the bottom of this scale. So the entire that bulk of the human population is pressed down, further down, pushing them below the poverty line and so on when the pandemic came. So it created enormous pressure into the system that which were not already unbearable, make it more unbearable after that. And then we saw the vaccine coming, and we hope that vaccine will protect us. Then we started talking about vaccine apartheid. Some countries monopolizing all the vaccines, ignoring the rest of the world. So far, whatever vaccine has been produced in the world, 80% of that vaccine went to 10 lucky countries. And those 10 lucky countries not only have them, they're blamed as creating the vaccine apartheid. Sometimes we are talking about vaccine flood and vaccine drought. They're flooded with vaccines. They're using, they're throwing away vaccine because the time expired. They couldn't use it. They're doing the third dosage. They're doing the children before even the frontline workers in many countries had the opportunity to have vaccination for 3 or 4% of them. So this is the kind of situation that emerged. They said the vaccine is a knowledge to protect people. That's how people feel secure that finally we have the knowledge, the world has the knowledge to protect human beings on this planet. But that knowledge was imprisoned by the wall of profit. So the vaccine companies wanted to make sure they build heavy walls so that this is not shared, this knowledge is not shared by everybody. We campaigned very hard, as much as we could, globally, to make vaccine patent free, no intellectual property rights on vaccines, so that every country, every nation can produce their own vaccines and even produce excess vaccine to send it to other countries. So it can be decentralized, it can be distributed production rather than a monopolized production. They will not do that, they will not make it happen. So as a result, today that the vaccine apartheid continues. We have not been able to solve that. And how many lives have to be given away for that? So it's again,
And the line of Mr. Yunus froze.
is it working again? Okay,
Yes.
good. So that on the vaccine front, and then there's a tremendous amount of enthusiasm, preparation to take the economies of the world back to where they were. So pre-pandemic situation. And I started talking about why do you want to go back to the pre-pandemic situation? Pre-pandemic world was not a good world. It was a world which is up for disaster. It's leading us to a situation of destruction. So we should not be trying to going back to the previous situation, and instead of raising or mobilizing funds for stimulus packages and all these billions and trillions of dollars that you are mobilizing in each country to make sure you can put this stimulus packages to the economy and you get back to the position where you are coming from. I said our basic decision should be right now, no going back. We don't want to go back to where we are coming from, for a good reason, because we are heading for disaster. So there's no reason why we should be mobilizing resources to go back to the disaster path. I was trying to explain what I meant. I said it's like a world is like a fast train, high-speed train carrying all of us, and going in a high speed to get to the. We are about to reach the last station, where it will be over. I said human beings is the right now probably is the most endangered species on this planet. Global warming is one that we are discussing in Glasgow right now. There are others. And global warming is something that will kill us. We're not very far from it. IPCC report tells us very clearly that we have only 20 years to go to reach 1.5 degrees Celsius. 20 years is nothing. It's by 2040, we'll be at the 2.5 degrees Celsius. So here we are, reaching the red zone of our existence. This is the direction our economy is taking us. I said, we don't want to go to that direction. So what best decision is to get off the train and then go to a different direction rather than the suicidal path that the world is taking us. We go to a new path and go to a new destination. And I tried to explain the new destination by saying our new destination should be a destination of 3 zeros. 0 net carbon emission, 0 wealth concentration, and 0 unemployment by unleashing the power of entrepreneurship in all of us. So this is the direction we should be moving on. And by using the same economic framework, same institutions, same policies, we'll be only heading for the suicidal path to destroy ourselves. And it's very close now. We are about to reach. We don't want to pursue that. We want to get off the train and go in a different direction. And this is the task right now. This is what we need to do. And here we are. This is what I've been saying during the pandemic. Now in the COP26, all the world leaders discussing how to save the planet from the immediate danger. Even the Secretary General saying that we are digging our graves. So if you are so good at digging our graves, we'll not very long be inside the grave. The game is over. So why game is over? Because we're addicted to fossil fuel to begin with. That addiction is going to kill us, among several other things, but this is the major cause of global warming. So we cannot get out of it. One is addiction to fossil fuel. Another is obsession with profit maximization. Everything has to be done for profit maximization. I said, unless we get out of these addictions, unless we get out of this obsession with profit maximization, we have no way to protect ourselves. No matter what you do, we are going back to the same old road. I said, if you follow the old roads that we built, old roads that we have been following all these years, old ideas, old system, old institutions, these will only take us to that same path towards the ultimate extinction. So if you want to save ourselves, very logical thing to do is to head for a new destination. We don't want to go to the old destination, which is world was taking us. So we want to the new destination, a destination of creating a world of 3 zeros. And in order to go to the new destination, we have to build new roads. Old road will never take us to a new destination. Old road can only take you to the old destination. So if you have to go to a new destination, we have to build new roads. And that is the efforts that we have to make right now to make sure we go to the new destination. And that's the issue that we have been raising. And we are saying that the idea that everybody has to do the profit maximizing business, has to be abandoned. We have to rediscover ourselves as human being. Economics doesn't have any human element in economics. Economics is about money. Economics is about profit. So I said we have to bring a new economics which includes humanity into it. And that requires to redefine human being inside of economics. Today's economics define human being as someone who is driven by self-interest, meaning that he wants to only profit maximization. He doesn't understand anything else. I said that explanation only makes you a money-making robot. Human beings are not robots. Human beings are much wider than, much bigger than that. So why don't we define human being as somebody else? Is it driven by self-interest as well as is it driven by collective interest? And we have to build businesses to address the collective interest also. The self-interest business is about profit maximization. Collective interest business is about solving problems without making any personal profit at all. That's the direction we want to go. That's what we call social business. We want to bring social business into the picture. So we want to make sure we bring social business and also design things in a way we can reach the goal that we have set for ourselves. You want me to stop here?
Yes, thank you.
Good.
Thank you, thank you. We're so happy to have you here, and we're sending greetings from Glasgow, and we're also sending you greetings from Norway. I'm Norwegian. I'm part of a C6 initiative for the world, which is creativity back into the value stream or in all perspectives of business and enterprise pricing. The Nordic word for business is nourish life, literally. And we'd like to bring you back into Global Assembly to the Nordic countries as well. Thank you so much from my side.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Subhajit.
Morning. Good morning,
Hello,
Professor
hello.
Yunus again. This is Professor Struthers here. We spoke this morning at the summit at 6 o'clock UK.
Okay.
I'm wearing a shirt and tie now. I'm better dressed than I was last night. So we're going to invite some questions from the audience. We have a bit of time for questions if you're happy to answer these questions. And we have some microphones and some assistants who will help us with this. So open the floor to questions. We've got time for about 4 or 5 questions. I actually have a question, but I won't utilize the time. Is that Dr. Hurt? Nizamul Hurt, yes. Nizamul, please. Sorry, yeah, this gentleman here. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Professor Yunus. Thank you, Chairman and Moderator, for this event.
I can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
It's a kind of a noisy sound. It's not clean sound.
So you can see your face.
All right, okay.
Okay, good.
Good afternoon, Professor Yunus.
Now it's clean. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is Sarwar Hassan from Glasgow. And thank you for having that very valuable speech that you have just delivered. And the question I have, in fact, you already mentioned a few times about new destination, that we shouldn't go back to the old destination. And but when you look at the COP26 conference and head of the states meeting just concluded, I think you must have noted they formed a new body headed by Mark Carney, the ex-governor of Bank of England, to attract private investment, to get all the stock markets, private equity investors, and a lot of investment to bring in for the climate change. And also Joe Biden, the American president, in his last press conference in Glasgow before he left Glasgow, he also indicated, yeah, that you know, he wants to see private investors come in. Now the question is, we all know that private investors, equity investors, stock market people, they have only one interest, that's return on their investment. So bringing in all these people to this forum, do you think that it's advisable and it will help the main agenda of our climate change? Okay. Thank you.
You see, when I talk about the achieving 3 zeros, I'm talking about creating a new civilization. This civilization is based on profit maximization. This civilization is up for extinction. This civilization has no chance. So if you want to survive, you have to build a new civilization, which is not based on profit maximization, rather it will be based on zero personal profit. That's what the social business is all about. So we have to turn completely around. So if you hand over to the same people who have created the problem to solve the problem, they'll make it worse than what it is. So the people who create the problem cannot solve the problem. They will go with the same role, same thinking, same logic, same money making, and so on and so forth. So so if you are depending on those decisions, we have no escape route, as clear as that. We are not going to reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at the end of the century. Rather, it will be we'll be reaching it by 2040 or something like that. And then God knows what will be the global temperature by the end of the century, whether we'll be here by the end of the century. By the end of the century, it's a long time. This is the time for us to complete our journey here. This is our last station.
Thank you, Professor Yunus. We have 2 hands up, and the first one is Professor Muzamil Haq, an old friend of mine, and then we have a colleague over here. Muzamil, yes, please come here, but make your question short, please.
Very short. So good morning, Professor Yunus bhai. Assalamu alaikum. Right?
Assalamu alaikum.
I'm from Glasgow, as you know. Right? We spoke earlier as well. You have got a dream in a way that you want to get out of the profit maximizing behavior. Profit maximizing behavior, the way it is. Then you have got your social business. I live in the United Kingdom. Here the state is so important. So in a capitalist mode of development, I repeat, it's a capitalist mode of development with state commitment to income distribution. With state commitment to income distribution. Yeah. So I will ask you to think very serious. How can we reach your 3 zeros? Without a state commitment, this global warming cannot be stopped, right? Without a state commitment, without coordinated approach, income distribution cannot be achieved. So I will ask you to think very seriously. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, only one comment that with the state commitment, we have not been able to.
I'm going to invite a couple of questions first, so that we can speed up a little bit, if you don't mind. So
can I just respond to it in one sentence?
You can answer that question. Okay.
Yes, yeah. I said with this state commitment, we could not change the wealth concentration. All the wealth goes in one direction. When during the pandemic, all the people lost their income, is the super rich who earned extra additional wealth of $11 trillion in the same period. And they have the 99% of the global wealth. So if a state is so powerful, the first thing to do is to bring wealth to the people rather than let them go to the few people. Show your strength first. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Professor Yunus. We have a couple of more questions.
Very good. Professor Yunus, this is Brahmi Lingdo from Worldview Impact Foundation. I work on restoring mountain ecosystems up in the Himalayas and also the Sundarbans mangrove forests.
Good.
I like
Very
what you
good.
said about changing economics. My professor at Columbia, Joseph Stiglitz, says the way nation states measure GDP is completely wrong and flawed because they don't account for natural capital accounting, human capital, and especially indigenous capital. How do you think we can get our governments to change and incorporate natural capital accounting into the GDP of a nation state? I know Bhutan, right across the mountains, they measure gross national happiness index. And now the government of New Zealand and the government of Finland are following Bhutan. Do you think all countries should change the way they measure the GDP and put nature in their heart strategy of the nation state in the context of climate change? Thank you.
Again, a quick response. I don't blame the state. State has no way how to change economic system or accounting system or anything. It's all these things are done at the university. University people design all those things. Their graduates are taken by the state to do the same thing they have learned in the school. So if you are trying to change anything, you have to change the whole university. Education, we have drilled all those wrong ideas in the university, and the students come out and create the wrong world. So if you want to create a right world, you have to fix the teachings of lessons of the universities first. Only then you can get the fresh graduates to come out and do the things in the right way. Wrong education will create the wrong world. So that's the only way. You have to go back to the education first.
Thank you, Professor Yunus. We have one more question.
Thank you. Hello, Professor Yunus. I'm Ed Gemmell, the Managing Director of Scientists Warning Europe. I totally agree with you that ultimately we need to change away from the profit motive and the fascination with GDP growth. But in fact, your thought that we're going to go past 1.5 degrees in 2040 is wrong. We'll go past 1.5 degrees probably around 2028, certainly by 2030. The IPCC midpoint, so 27 to 2035. We don't have time for system change to get across the line. So if you'd like to, I invite a comment on the fact that the train's going even faster than you suggested, and there isn't a stop to get off. So what we've got to do is solve it immediately now within the current system with rapid, massive changes now. And a recent letter from us to the Prime Minister of the UK and the Prime Minister of Italy said it has to be a 2030 net zero target if we have any chance of survival. So we have to go faster. And so I'd like you to comment on system change coming after we've already saved the planet.
It has to be done both, not one after another. One thing very clear, everybody agrees with that. Keep the fossil fuel under the ground. Don't touch it immediately. Forget about it. And all the coal and oil and gas, don't disturb them. So that will be one major step to make it happen. And to begin with, all the trillions of dollars that you put in subsidy for fossil fuel, this is again state giving money away, free money to the people who are destroying this planet to do it more. So stop those for subsidies to begin with, and stop all the financing to fossil fuel. No financing for fossil fuel. So these are the immediate steps to be taken. The rest is just dancing around. You're not touching the subject. What Glasgow is doing, all these leaders coming, just dancing around and saying, "Oh, we are great, we are doing fantastic, we'll solve everything." They are not even touching the problem.
So we have one more question.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Dr. Yunus. Good morning, audience.
Good morning.
I have a simple question. What's your message for young generation to save the environment?
Okay. Same. We are very encouraging young people to join the whole movement because it's only young people who can save us. Older generation has failed completely. If you wait for their decisions, you are doomed. You have no future. So you have to build your own life. And reminding them that this planet is a spaceship, and you are not there as a passenger in this spaceship. You first realize that you are the pilots of this spaceship, and take charge of this spaceship and start designing your flight plan, where you want to take this spaceship. Once you do that, only then you can save this planet. Otherwise, if you leave it to the older generation to run it, fly this spaceship, then your fate is sealed. You have no option. What we are trying to do, encourage young people to form 3-0 clubs. 5 young people get together and form a 3-0 club, and then network among each other and discuss and take actions. Go into action. Unless you go into action, there is no way you can save this planet. It is your life which you'll be hit. Will be over by that time. But you have to suffer, and it's your generation and your next generation, which will probably the last generation on this planet.
Thank you, Professor Yunus. So I'm going to take some liberty to ask you a question, if I may. You probably didn't hear my introduction this morning. I'm an economist, professor of economics, and I think we're too depressing about this subject, to be quite honest with you. And the two elephants in the room, this is a modern phrase that we use, isn't it? The elephant in the room. The two elephants in the room, and I'd like to get your views on this, Professor Yunus, are population control and technology. Men and women over the millennia have used technology to our great benefit and great advantage. Why cannot that continue during this period that we're in at the moment? And I didn't hear anybody so far at COP26, there's still a few days to go, of course, talk about population control. Population control. So I'd like your views on that, please, Professor Yunus. And this will be the last
Thank
question.
you. Sure. Thank you. On your last point on the population, one thing is obvious, that as the income level increases, population slows down by its own nature. You don't have to push them. So if you put all the people at the bottom of the heap at the wealth scale, the population increase will not stop. It will continue. So if you raise them, if wealth and people can live together, then a population will be under control by its own natural things that happen. And about the technology, I'm always speaking against the technology called artificial intelligence. I said that will another reason why human beings will become garbage on this planet. They have no use because the machines will take over everything. Human being has no role to play on this planet. That will be the end of it anyway. So I remind them that technology can be a blessing. Technology can be a curse. The new technology in the shape of artificial intelligence that you are bringing in, this will be the last curse human being will ever see. That is the end of the human being, if you let it come. So if you are careful, you have to draw a red line so that everything stays with the blessing side, not proceed on the curse side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Yunus.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It is very exciting.
Good.
Thank you for your
Please
time.
continue. Thank
And
you,
you
thank
have enhanced our morale and our inertia for a new civilization, which we are heading
Thank
for.
you.
And
Absolutely.
we should
That's
be
the only way.
active on that efforts. So thank you so much.
Thank
This
you.
day-
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you again, Professor Yunus. There's much to discuss there, isn't there? And we have the rest of our time on this earth to discuss it, not just during these 2 weeks. Okay, remember that. So, and let's be a bit happier about what's happening, okay? Let's not be so depressed about global warming and climate change. Let's be positive. The very first time you've heard an economist being optimistic. Economics is known as the dismal science, but compared to some of our physical scientists, we are the happy science. Nobody has even responded to that because you are indoctrinated with pessimism. You're indoctrinated with pessimism. Let's be optimistic. And I'd love to have a longer time to debate this with Professor Yunus. But we don't have that time. So I'm sure our next speaker, who's got a wonderful smile on his face, is going to be optimistic. Are you?
Yes.
I am
Let's be
definitely.
optimistic. Come on.
Great.
We have terrible weather in Scotland, okay? We've just come through COVID, or we're in the middle of COVID. And we don't need to be depressed about something else. Do you understand my point? Let's be positive about this. Okay, thanks. Would you mind moving back, please, just a little bit? So, with those few words, rather self-indulgent words on my part, you notice I've livened up because I've had coffee made by machines that are fueled by oil and carbon emissions. The lights here are still on. Why? Because we have energy. This morning on the news, there are demonstrations in a certain part of Australia by mine workers who don't want their coal mines closed tomorrow. So let's be realistic about this. Let us be realistic about this. You should have asked me to present a paper, Shashi, but I'm just the chairman and I'm exploiting my time. But let's move on to our next speaker. And I believe you have traveled here from US. Yes. Welcome. Welcome to Scotland. I hope it's not your last time or your first time here.
It is neither my last nor my first.
It's neither the last nor the first. Okay.
Yes.
So this is Peter Flekowski, who's the founder and chairman emeritus of the Foundation for Climate Restoration in America. And actually, you have a bit longer to speak, but don't get too excited. It's only 20 minutes.
Okay.
And after 15 minutes, I will give you a 5-minute warning. Okay? And after 20 minutes, I will stop you.
Great.
With those welcoming words, over to you, Peter. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. It's a tremendous privilege to be here. And Chairman, thank you for your charge for being realistic, for dealing with population. And have we settled down the sound now? No, we're still getting there. But let me try turning this one off. This will make it much better. Or, well, let's try this. Hold on.
You're muted.
Impossible to hear. Impossible to hear.
Take the chairman's computer.
Okay. Is this better?
Now. Okay now.
Okay, good. Great. So I'll start again. It's a privilege to, don't, okay. What's that? Oh, wait. Yeah, turn that off somehow. Worst comes to worst, pull the battery out. Okay, almost. Oh, we'll get this debugged. Okay. Oh, listen to that. Okay, Professor, and Sam is nodding his head. Okay. So it's a huge privilege to be here. I'm a physicist. Okay. It's okay.
Technical.
Okay, let me figure out how to. So for those in the audience, we're getting the video started here in the auditorium. So they're going to log in again. I could get started because I believe everyone here can hear me and everybody on the web can hear me. And the only problem is we don't have the video in the auditorium. Okay. Okay, good. Thank you. Yes, I understand. Yes. So do this. Yeah. This is good. Okay. Can you hear me in the auditorium?
Yes.
Recording in progress.
Okay, this sounds better. Okay. Well, we're not quite there yet. I wish I had some good stories to tell. It's a beautiful rainy day here in Glasgow, and it's a good time to be cheerful. And are we set? Okay. Okay. Okay, good. So I'm a physicist by training and an entrepreneur. And yeah, I have sound turned off on my computer, so it's not this. It's too many microphones turned on. I can turn this one.
USB here. So it has to be, that's what I would say. With USB that you have? Just.
Oh, I gave it to you.
Do you have the USB, the white USB for its position?
Are you okay?
Extremely sorry for this technical issue. Sorry.
No problem. That's the delight of being the first speaker, the first local speaker.
Because here is also Zoom, here also the same link.
Yes.
It's great.
So you, this one?
Maybe you can try this one.
Yes. No, not that one. Go back to the.
Inger, it's your laptop. I think, sir, I tell you something. See this one?
Mhm.
Can you see your face here?
Yeah.
Where's you?
So we're here.
You talk here and you can see the presentation. Yeah. So that's my idea.
Ah, okay. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, and yeah, I'll share the screen from my laptop. And okay. Okay, so as I thank you for your patience while we get all these things sorted out. Still can't hear me. Okay, so let me, I'll try. Oh, here we go. Is this better? Oh, yes. Okay, so now we know how to do this. And okay, so as I said, it's a privilege for me to be here in the home of Adam Smith, and having been a student of Professor Yunus and Sam Bailey Harris. When I was young, my father was a PhD in economics and was the chief economist at US Treasury. And I'm basically a heretic. And so everyone in my family turned out to be economists and studied intently. And I went into physics. And so I'm delighted that our charge is to be realistic, because of course, that's why I went into physics. And you might ask, why am I talking about economics for humanity flourishing? And oh, let's get this full screen here. Oh, this will be fine. Here we go, please. Okay, much better. So the context for this, as you can see, is really our planet. And honoring Adam Smith. Adam Smith wrote the Wealth of Nations in 1776. For us Americans, that's a memorable date, our Declaration of Independence. For the rest of the world, he created the possibility of wealth and nations, and it was very successful. Economics, if you think about it, when I think about it, is a vehicle for achieving the future. And Adam Smith succeeded. There is tremendous, it's now 300 years later, 250 years later, and there is tremendous wealth and nations are tremendously powerful. But we're talking about humanity, and not just you, me, and not just nations. We're talking about the survival of humanity. And so then the question, of course, is where do we want to go? And we always look at where we want to go, starting from where we've been. And this is the last 12,000 years of CO2. And I'm sure many of you have seen this graph before. If you look on the left here, you can see the planet warming up after the last ice age. 12,000 years ago, there was a mile of ice above New York City, and probably here in Scotland. I just haven't heard that statistic. And you can see a beautiful, stable CO2 level, stable temperatures for 10,000 years. We developed agriculture, civilization. Somewhere around here, we created Adam Smith. And then something happened. Something happened. The CO2 has gone up. All of you have seen that, so I'm not going to comment too much on that. And I'm going to ask, why did it just go blank? Let me move my. Yeah. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, so now, so here we're looking at 10,000 years of stability and a blip. And now I'm learning how to use my computer. I apologize. Okay, and now we're zooming in. So this is 2,000 years. You can see this beautiful stability. This is NOAA data for CO2. And we're now here at 420 parts per million. And now then the future is the question. What future do we want? And let me tell you, I'm a heretic. And so this is what everyone has come to Glasgow to achieve, is to peak at 460 parts per million, which is net zero. So CO2 is going up 2.5 parts per million per year, and then it'll decay as the CO2 goes into the ocean. Now there's an alternative, that what if we actually restored the climate and got CO2 back to that level we've had for 10,000 years, when we had agriculture, when we had civilization, and we weren't having wildfires and flooding? What if that were the future we went into? What if we disrupted economics and said, our goal is not just the status quo, not stabilizing where we are now. Our goal is stabilizing what's good for humanity. And when one is a heretic, as I am, one has to stand on the shoulders of your leaders, of Adam Smith in this case. And in Adam Smith's time, the world was about nations. It was one nation, if it didn't defeat its enemies, would be defeated by its enemies. We are now a single planet. And so we have to develop a new economics for humanity that covers the whole planet, because our enemy is no longer Germany or some other country. It's our planet. We've won. So then, Big Chairman, this answers your question. So many of us, a few of us have seen this, a very simple graph of population and CO2. They go up together. This is not shocking. If you double the number of people, you're going to double the amount of emissions. This does not require even a physics degree to understand. And so now if you include population and economics, here we have that same graph, 2,000 years, and this time we have population and CO2. And you see, of course, they go together because CO2 comes from people. And then again, you have to ask, which future do we want? Do we want the status quo, the UN? And I love the UN. I've done a lot of work there. I love the status quo. But I think we want a population that nature discovered was stable. Because if in evolutionary times, the last 10,000 years, certainly, any nation which had too many people had great armies, but they destroyed their environment and they were defeated. How do we know they were defeated? Because the ones that won were the ones who won, who had the right number, right balance between soldiers and mothers and governors and nature. And that's what we had for 10,000 years. That's the target we want to start with. Now, with technology, we can have more, but you want to start with a baseline. And so what's just for you, since you brought up population right away, I didn't want to go too much into it, that when you study population, people worry about the death rate and the birth rate. Critical is the birth rate, because as we develop technology, we broke the feedback loop between nature and population. If any species, fish or acorns, oak trees, what keeps it in balance is we have lots of acorns and only a few developed to mature trees. In every species, salmon, it's the same thing. Humans, it was the same thing, except we, with technology, decided we didn't like children dying. And I was part of that. I worked very hard to immunize children, make sure they didn't die from diphtheria and so on. But we didn't also reduce the birth rate. So then the question is it possible? Isn't it impossible to restore the climate, restore the population? If it were that easy, would we be doing it? It must be impossible, because if it were possible, we'd be doing it. Maybe not. Sorry, I'm learning how to use this. Come on, one at a time. So there we go. So this is a graph many climate people have seen, but there are many non-climate people here. This is CO2 over the last million years. This is scaled way out. The first graph started right here, where it says agriculture develops, and this at last couple, half a millimeter. And so this is way spread out. And you can see the ice ages. Here's that ice age with a mile of ice. Humans evolved around here. And what you can see with the CO2 is nature has removed that same trillion tons of CO2 that we need to remove to get back to the Holocene, get back to our home base. That same trillion tons, nature removed 10 times in the last million years before the ice ages. So we know it's possible. And then the question is, can we, with our technology and our engineering and our knowledge, do it 1,000 times faster? Because it took nature 50,000 years to remove that CO2, but it was random. You know, can we intentionally do it? And you can guess the answer is yes, but I'll leave you, I'll leave that unsaid. The same thing is true of population, that you would think that we're, you know, the Malthus at around the same time as Adam Smith said, oh, there's going to be a disaster, people will die from starvation. It doesn't really work that way. What happens is birth rates go down. And I can tell you in my family, the younger generation has a big difficulty getting pregnant. And you know, and the way that plot I showed of population going back down is simply based on having a norm of family size of 1 or 2 children. Right now, so in this graph, this is the fertility rate, and I apologize for that, it's hard to read, but I'll just tell you. This is 1960, birth rate average on the global is 5.2. And then it goes down to 4, down to 3.5, 3, 2.5. We're now below 2.5, we're below 2.4, I believe, this year. And this is from an article in Lancet last year. And they said, you know, we may get down to 1.5 if the Sustainable Development Goals actually get their job done in 2040. And that's just economists predicting. That's not no one saying, well, we're going to go encourage a norm of small families. If you have 1.5, that's the graph I showed earlier, that gets us to a sustainable population by 21 in 100 years. If we reduce that a tiny bit to 1.3, you actually get to a sustainable population end of this century in 2.5 generations. It actually is doable. And the trick is to know where you're going. It's great to have a vehicle, but you have to tell that vehicle where to go. And New Economics is the vehicle we can use. And so this actually rounds up the talk here. So here again is the where we want to go, and the New Economics we want it to be a vehicle for the sustainable, healthy and sustainable population. So we're beyond nation, and we're beyond wealth. Many of us here traveled thousands of miles. We're clearly wealthy. We've won that war. Now we want to be healthy and sustainable. And just a little pitch, I'm finishing my first book, Climate Restoration, the only future that will sustain the human race. It'll be published in March, and I have the summary chapter available on my website at peterfikowski.com.
Great.
You can borrow one. We'll trade off. Come next to me. All right. Let's see. Oh yeah, turn off the, yeah, stop share. And then we're here.
Well, thank you, Peter. Can everyone hear me? And around the world? Yes. I better take my mask off, I suppose. Yeah. That was a superb presentation, I must say, and it's music to my ears to hear what he said. It's music to my ears. I hope it's music to your ears, because there is a lot of hope out there, isn't there? And I'm pleased that you've become an economist, almost.
That is the greatest.
Economics is the mother of the social sciences, and physics is the mother of the physical sciences.
Yeah.
So we're cousins in that sense. So we've got time for a couple of questions. Any questions for Peter? Is he focused on population very much in the last few minutes there? Let me ask you a question while you're thinking about it. Now, Peter, you mentioned the wealth of nations.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Of course, Adam Smith is regarded, at least by the British, as the founder of economics, but not by the French. they put it a bit earlier than that. Anyway, that's another debate we can have. But nobody talks about the other major book that Adam Smith wrote, which is The Theory of Moral Sentiments. Now, the way I sometimes describe this is the wealth of nations is a bit like, you know, if you go to the doctor, you need some serious medication to help you. The theory of moral sentiments is a bit like after the operation and you're recovering and recuperating, and you're then able to eat and drink and have sustenance from food and so on. Nobody talks about the theory of moral sentiments. They only talk about the wealth of nations. So my question for you is, yes, the wealth of nations is really important because, as you said, it occurred around about 1776 at the time of the Declaration of Independence and so on, and the Industrial Revolution. And the fact is that since the Industrial Revolution, our living standards, at least in developed countries, have gone up 13-fold, 13 times what they were in that time. We're not going to reverse that. We cannot. Let's be honest. But we need the theory of moral sentiments. And the theory of moral sentiments says we should modify our enthusiasm for capitalism by supporting people who are poor and weak and marginalized. Sorry, I've committed the sin that I was accusing others of making previously. I'm going on and on. My question is, don't you think that we need to talk a bit more about the theory of moral sentiments, which is, if you like, the antidote to the extreme versions of capitalism? So I'd like your views on that.
Yes. Yeah, oh, let me have my microphone back. Yes. Our microphone back. My heretical answer to that is no. And one of the things I learned,
I like those answers.
yes. One of the things I learned in 30 years of advocacy for poverty and hunger, that the measure of it was we saved 1 million lives. We saved 10 million lives. And as a physicist, I studied and I discovered so far everybody dies. And so we didn't really save the lives. We extended the lives. And then I asked myself, what did we extend the lives for? Not for misery. We extended the lives to enjoy. And it turns out that, yeah, as the human species, we're social. And the thing we enjoy most is contributing to the community. And it's a bit like, think of a beehive, and you can study the bees and you can study the beehive. The bees all die quite rapidly. I don't know how long bees live, but the beehive goes on for months and years and decades. And we want the flourishing of humanity, complementary to the wealth of nations. Wealth we don't really care that much about. It's a stand-in for well-being. And so we're not that concerned about the well-being of nations. We're actually now, because we're a global humanity, we're concerned about the well-being of humanity. And so now we want to focus on humanity's well-being, not individual well-being. That's good and heretical enough for you? Okay, good.
Yeah, I think we had a question here first.
Yeah, come up.
Come up there.
I'm Sadat Khalid from Pakistan. My question to you, sir, is Pakistan population growth is exploding and climate change is, of course, also related to it. How can our government tackle this problem? And poverty figures are increasing high. So what would your suggestion be at the government level to tackle climate change, and as well as the rural population? The average child per family is 10 to 12. So my question is that. Thank you.
That's a wonderful question. What can a government do?
Now, the good news is in Pakistan, the birth rate is not that high last I checked. And you can imagine that I checked. It's, I believe it's down to 2.5 on average, maybe 2.7 in Pakistan. And so there's tremendous progress being made. That's really important to realize that globally, there's tremendous progress being made. My hosts here, I was discussing with them this morning over breakfast, and they said, well, Peter, you're sort of an avatar from the future. You're sort of standing in the future saying we're back to a sustainable population and sustainable CO2 level. And then you're standing here with your feet in 2100 and standing here in 2020. And what a government can do is do that same thing, is stand in a sustainable and healthy Pakistan. And you can just say, what was the population in 1920? And that's probably a sustainable population for Pakistan. Or I forgot now, you said Pakistan or Bangladesh. It's a horrible mistake to make. But I'm American, I apologize. Oh, it's Pakistan. Yeah, so stand in that future and just ask. Very simply, you create a norm for small families. If you study South Korea, you'll discover in the late 60s and 70s, they decided, we're going to have to control our population. Their birth rate is now one child per woman instead of the 2 replacement rate. And all they did is they said, we want a sustainable country. And Pakistan can do the same thing. But it just starts with standing in that future. Don't worry about the present. It'll take care of itself. Our brains are really good.
Yeah, thank you. This is a very interesting discussion, I must say. And I'm just looking at the chat here because I've been reminded that some people are asking questions in the chat. So I think just to give them an opportunity, but with my poor eyesight, it's difficult to read. Yeah, here is one strange question. USA is not connected to the rest of the world. Could someone fix that on this map? Right. Okay. Yes, we have laughter. We have laughter. So here we go. I'll just move up. Okay, just give me 1 second. Right. There was a question about Adam Smith. Right here. When I think of Adam Smith, now this is from Sheila Katzman. When I think of Adam Smith, I think of the market systems he created that in the USA marginalized African Americans right up to even the GI Bill. I don't know if there's more to the question. I think that's it. So that's an unusual take on Adam Smith, isn't it? I think, because it relates to slavery and so on. So maybe.
Yeah. Again, the opportunity here is to think about humanity as a whole and think about where we're intending it to be. And hopefully you'll remember that graph of things going up and coming back, stabilization by 2100. And inside of that future, everyone's different. Like I like a beehive analogy because there are worker bees and there are soldier bees and a queen bee. And I don't know how much the bees debate about how come I'm not the queen. I'm guessing they just do their bee thing for the beehive. I'm a physicist. I do the physics thing for the beehive that we are. And I'm no fan of slavery, but we were discussing that in fact this morning. And I'm a slave to gravity.
Good one. Peter, I'm going to ask you, I'm an environmental economist myself. I'm going to ask you a geophysical question because you're a physicist too. Over the last 5 years or more, I've been following the synchronicity of multiple eruptions of volcano across the planet, one after the other. And I've also been witnessing the shift of the pole, as you know, but I've been looking at your graphs also. I wonder if we as a human species are shifting the weight of the planet. I mean, the distribution of the weight as the billions of tons of glaciers are melting from the Arctic and the Antarctic, also the Himalayas, and that weight is now being distributed elsewhere from the planet. Is it possible that the planet is also trying to respond to us? I could call ourselves humans like a virus. We're the only species that are not living in harmony with the planet. So it has happened before in the ice age. Could this trigger the bigger guys? I'm talking about the super volcanoes to erupt at some point and cool the planet down, because the planet is trying to heal itself. We don't have to save the planet, but we have to save humanity. So if humanity doesn't wake up, the planet will reboot without us and it'll be fine. So what do you think of these changes of the poles flipping, the magnetic field shifting, and the core also shifting? Have you witnessed that yourself?
Yeah, I'm aware of it. I don't have a magnetic compass anymore because of my iPhone has GPS. When I was young, that's right. But as a physicist, everything I know tells me that what you said is correct, and I agree. I think the analogy of our planet flicking us off like a flea is a likely thing. And when people say we want to save the planet, it's a dangerous thing to say, because as you said, what the planet wants, what diversity wants, is to flick us off, the extinction of humanity. Now, we're here and we've sort of enslaved the earth, so it goes. Harmony is, as those graphs show, is us bringing ourselves back into reality, that we've transformed into a global humanity that's never happened. That may have happened in other planets, and maybe the extraterrestrials or people who've shown that. Who knows? Who knows? It could be, but we want to stand on the new reality that and it takes new thinking and new language, and we can actually create that planet that we want, where we live in harmony and really enjoy a diverse nature and a diverse cultures. Oh, my friend Ed.
Hello, good to see you. Ed Gemmell, Scientist Warning. Peter, at the start of your book, you paint two scenarios of the future, which are very interesting. One of them, in fact, the negative scenario is if we follow them through the Paris Accord and do what's needed under the Paris Accord, and then you paint a much more positive picture as well. I wonder if you could just sort of comment on those and perhaps actually give us the feeling of what those two scenarios are.
Mm-hmm. Well, of course, thank you. So if you wake up, come with me and imagine that it's the year 2050, which is our goal with the Paris work. And CO2 is now has just crossed over to survivable levels that humans have survived below 300 parts per million. And it's measured on Mauna Kea, very clear. And humanity is working together. And the sea level rise has slowed down. The major storms are gone. The cold snaps, the hot snaps, the major floods, the category 5 and 6 hurricanes, we're back to normal. So that's climate restoration. That's getting CO2 back to level that it used to be. There had been fights about, does CO2 cause global warming? That was resolved 120 years ago. And so the alternative is it's 2050 and we're all celebrating because we reached net zero emissions, and CO2 is at 460 parts per million, which is 50% higher than any human society has survived. And the wildfires are much stronger than they are today. The flooding is much stronger than today. The hurricanes, all of those things are much worse, but at least they're stable. We're stably going extinct. And so what obviously what we want is restoring so that we're back to the planet that we grew up in.
Thanks, Peter. And there's one last question.
Yes, thank you for your interesting presentation. I have a question on that might not be an answer to it, but we can try. You speak about how population control might provide some of the answer, but what if life quality and consumption continues to grow, and in the society we live in right now, there is almost an equal connection between life quality and consumption. So we'll also need to take this into account. We talk about sustainable economy. Some might have heard of donut economy, a circular economy, where you put an upper limit to how much we can have. Do we also need to take this into account in our consumption patterns? Not to say that it is not a human right to consume. We can't deny anyone that luxury, but should we put an upper limit to how much an impact can have on our natural resources?
Great question about consumption. And when I first plotted that graph of population and CO2 emission, I was surprised by the fact that, I'm trying to get into the video here. Oh, I don't know how to do that. Oh, I see, wrong camera, that's why. I was astounded by the fact that with all the technological advances, that those two curves just stayed right in sync with each other. And if you do the calculation, we actually don't use much, we don't use that much more resources per person than we did 250 years ago. It's pretty remarkable. So my answer is, symbolically, it's really important to reduce our consumption because it communicates that we're working towards a humanity flourishing. In reality, if you go vegan, that has 1% of the impact of having one fewer child. So if you want to make a real difference, encourage your friends to have small families. For people my age, I'm 66, encourage your nephews and nieces, have one fewer child. 1 or 2 children is perfect, and it symbolizes your commitment to the future. Yeah,
I'm sure you agree with me that that was a superb presentation and has opened up some other questions for us. I now feel guilty because I've got 3 children, you see. We shouldn't feel guilty about this. So the next part of the program, according to what I have here, is a presentation by Bangla School. And is this an online presentation?
So just let me go.
Just that I need to.
We can't read what's on the messages. I'm curious. We want no plastic. Save our planet.
And
Use, reuse, recycle. Need your support. We care climate. Introduce Green School Award. Encourage home gardening. We want no plastic day. And Bangla Centre, Glasgow. Thank you. We see you.
Can we take a photo? Some photos, please.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. First of all, we would like to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting us here today. We are here for your support to save our planet and future. I am Raid Rahman.
And I am Freya Farnell Chassi. We will give this presentation on behalf of Bangla School. Who are we? We are children living in Glasgow and students of Bangla School. Bangla Centre established a school in Glasgow in 1985. Why are we here? We are here because we care about our planet that we share with you all. We are anxious about climate change, which is already having visible effects in the world. The earth is warming, rainfall patterns are changing, and sea levels are rising. So we are concerned about our future because this world will be a difficult place to live in. We want to know more about climate change so we can act to reduce it or stop the changes. At the same time, we want you to listen to us because we have some thoughts to tackle this crisis. And we want your guidance and support to make this world a better place for all. In Bangla School, we not only learn the Bengali language, literature, or culture, but we are also learning about current affairs and issues that can affect our future. Under the Bangla School, we have done a few activities to address the challenges of climate change. On the 18th of September 2021, we attended a rally called Forest March. The march was organized by the Bangla School to spread awareness about climate change, encourage all of us to be physically active, create opportunities to be close to nature as a group. In addition, on behalf of the Bangla School, solar energy light bulbs were distributed to all students to promote the use of renewable energy sources, decrease the carbon footprint, make individual households eco-friendly. Bangla School has also distributed seeds and plants to encourage students in home gardening, breath of fresh air at home, promote green corners in the households.
Although we have done some activities, we want to do more. We have some plans in the future to address the climate change. We would like to directly engage in plantation and recycling projects to increase carbon capture. We will plant at least 100 plants each year in Scotland. We will clean our doorsteps, including beaches, playgrounds, and roads periodically. We will distribute eco-friendly jute or cotton-made reusable carrying bags to at least 100 households in Glasgow to reduce household plastic bags and families. We have a plan to expand this project across Scotland in the future. However, we are expecting your direct involvement and initiatives to tackle global warming and climate change. Behavioral change is essential to make environmental change. To support the behavior change, firstly, we are proposing some activities for us. Introducing the 3R projects that represent reduce, reuse, and recycle in our school curriculum so that we can learn more about these issues. Organizing more interactive events for us nationally and internationally, involving schools from different countries to better understand climate change. So let us be aware and active in reducing carbon footprint. Secondly, we need you to encourage us for our actions. We are proposing to introduce awards for addressing climate change at the school level, at least 10 Green School Awards across the country, a Nobel Green Prize for the best performing school in the country. As incentives, please grant us access to the international summits on climate change to share our thoughts and achievements. Please appreciate our intentions and actions to save the planet. Finally, we want you to create laws and implement those in different sectors that can positively impact the climate. A carbon emission label or carbon label describes the carbon dioxide emissions created as a byproduct of manufacturing, transporting, or disposing of the consumer product. This information is essential to minimize the ecological footprint and contribution to global warming made by our purchases. Therefore, please introduce carbon footprint labeling on every product we use. Law needs to be in place to penalize the organizations for plastic pollution and environmental destruction activities. Law needs to be in place that at the same time, a budget needs to be allocated to incentivize organizations to move from plastic production and uses. There should be a law to make non-compliant organizations to donate or sponsor school events to address climate change issues. Please, we want to see the implementation of laws in action with proper planning and discussions. Thank you again for inviting us to this big event and allowing us to raise our voices. We are hoping for your support to save our planet and future together.
Bravo.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Okay. Bangla centers, Bangla schools, showcasing climate change mission is very promising and inspiring. So thanks to the Bangla centers, Bangla school teachers, and their managing executive, Mr. Jahid Karim. Thank you for being with us. Professor Stathers. Dear audiences, we are now heading for the second session. It has got, I think, 4 presentations, and that will be concluded 1 o'clock, and we'll have a break for an hour lunch on this premise. And after that, we'll have another hour, the final session. So, can you see? Finger. Is Heribert Janrid there? Hi, Heribert. Yes, he's there.
Yes, hello. Here I am. Yeah. I hope you can hear me.
You're right. Hold on a second, please. Heribert Janrid is a German geophysicist turned economist. He works for IFARA Institute, Switzerland. So he has got his deliberation, and that will involve 15 minutes. You can assume 12 minutes plus 3 minutes for questions. So his presentation title is Climate Crisis, COVID-19, so the Great Reset. Go ahead, Heribert. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So I have to get my screen for you. So how I do it? Okay. Ach Mist, wie gehe ich denn jetzt hier raus? Guck mal, kannst du mal gucken? Ich habe jetzt hier diesen Pencil. So, I have a pencil. How do I get rid of the pencil? Ah. So do I have to? Sorry, I have a problem with my Excel. How do I get rid of this pencil here and go into the? Does anybody know?
Vielleicht auf Datei gehen, oben links.
Maybe the escape key.
Escape key? No, nothing happens with my computer. It's really no. Now I have a pencil.
There you
So-
are. You're moving.
Shit. I don't know how to get out it. I try.
It will be a creative session. That's fine.
I think to get away with the pen, I think you have to log in and log back exactly, then you get rid of that pen. So sorry for this technical problem.
No, all he has to do is go to view options and do the annotated and then change the pen.
I like the drawing. The drawing's nice. It's green color as well.
Oh, so I got it. Thank you. So you can see it, yeah?
Good.
So.
Yes, sir. Please
Yeah,
take the floor.
Okay, can I start with it? Yeah. So I have to say I'm also a geophysicist, so my presentation is not far away from my predecessor. So the world is economically and ecologically and it is a closed system as a spaceship. So we have some limitations which we have to consider. And this context, the question arises, how can we cope with the current huge challenges such as COVID and the climate crisis? Yeah, this is the population dilemma, and this is a graph of the population in the last, how they evolved in 12,000 years. And what we see is that there is a very, very sharp rise in population, and it is much more than exponential. It's from a view of a physicist, it's a shock wave. And what will happen? So the population grows with possibilities. That means the more economic possibilities you have, the more population you will get. The open question is, where are the limits and what will happen when they are reached? So we have some visual thinking. Most people or the United Nations use logistic equations, which would tell us that we have a rise in population until a point where it is stable. So the United Nations comes to, in the average, to a stable population. But everyone can do it by its own with such nicely Excel sheets. If we say the resources are stable, or we can get enough resources that they get stable, we can get a stable population. But if we think of resource depletion, just extended to a little more, that the depletion is dependent on the population, you just get a really sharp drop down. And the more techniques you involve, the more people you can get, the sharper will be the drop down of the people. And this is also what limits of growth from 1973 showed. And indeed, It was controlled by KPMG in 2020, and we say, okay, that's right. Yeah. We will have a sharp drop in population about 2040. The essence, but is the more techniques we develop effectively exploiting resources, the higher the population will grow. And the higher the already achieved population, the more dramatic will the collapse be. So still unanswered questions are, how sharp will this curve fall off after the climax, and what can we do to flatten this curve, to get it more flat, but it is not that catastrophic. Another dilemma we have is economic dilemma. So population effectively grows under better economic conditions. So does life expectancy, resulting in more people, but with higher age structure and higher pension claims. And last but not least, for environmental pollution in principle is the product of population and prosperity. Despite considerable efforts, the carbon dioxide emissions have increased in the last 2 decades. And as we can see, the only declines were the financial crisis. Here's the Lehman crisis, and this is a crisis of a banking system in China in 2015. And this little decrease here is the COVID crisis. So if we correct these the carbon dioxide emissions normalized to their 2002 values. So we climbed about 43%, and the population climbed about 25%. And if we correct it by population, we would have now a relatively stable emission of carbon dioxide, but we don't have. So the next problem, but is, can it be even stable? No, I think not, because we have to look at the gross domestic product, and what we see, people have claims on better living, and we have to look at, for example, China, India, Africa. We have 5 billion people, and they have to get up their GDP tenfold in the average. So what do we have is not only the population is increasing, but also the justified claim for better care and prosperity. And compared to the standard of the Western countries, we have to, even China will have to increase its GDP 5-fold, and Africa at least at a factor of 20. And so what happens is the carbon dioxide emissions in the industrial countries are now stable, but from the emerging countries, they are growing very much. So what do we do? It's, what happens is that Europe and America are outsourcing their production to Asia, where the carbon dioxide is produced, and they themselves count their own economy green. It is a green outsourcing. But we can think that Asia has to tenfold its GDP and thus its emissions, and also Africa. So that's a really bad thing. The world population growth is 90 million per year. And this means we have an additional China every 15 years. And these emerging countries need cheap energy, which is mostly coal, and what we don't need is more debt. So the industrialized countries by no way can compensate this. Also, green technologies require a lot of valuable resources, and where shall we come from and who has to pay for it? So first, those technologies have to be built and they have to be paid for. So last but not least is the financial dilemma. Growth is essentially driven by interest rates, and the financial economy cannot cope with decline. It is doomed to grow. Finally, every asset is always balanced by another one's debt. How the mechanics works in principle is like this. The real economy grows naturally just by population growth. The financial economy grows by interest. So the financial economy gives loans to the real economy, and the real economy savings to the financial economies. But there isn't net interest rates because the rates for loans are higher than for savings. And the real economy has always to balance with net interest by growing its economy, its GDP. So it takes energy and raw materials from the environment and gives back pollution equivalent to consumption and interest rates. This brings up a kind of death cycle for the economies, which mean the real economy needs to grow due to interest requirements and production and consumption based on raw materials, energy input from the environment. And as we have a cycle of interest and compound interest, we, in the last step, we end up with an unsustainable system of interests and pollution. Finally, we have what we now have to do is a kind of perpetuum mobile. So we have we may save the climate, that means, but we have to reduce GDP, which will let collapse financial systems. So people may die from undersupply. So another thing is save the people. Well, that means provide all people with prosperity worth living in. That means multiply world GDP. And that means the climate will get out of control. And people will die through effects of climate catastrophe. This is a quote just 2 days ago from the CEO of a fertilizer producer. He said, "I'm afraid we are going to have a food crisis. So make energy high in price, you will get lack of fertilizers and lack of food, and you won't feed the people." It's exactly this problem of the perpetuum mobile we have to build. So, conclusions. First of all, we have to rebuild the main driver of the problem. This is the financial system. And what we need is a massive redistribution from the rich to the poor, and taxation of capitals, and finally, debt jubilee. So in addition, we need to massively slow down population growth too. And the fact is that politically, both measures will face the greatest resistance. And what is about the actual measures? So the measures are profit orientated. So they don't care for whether it really saves carbon dioxide, and they make no own sacrifices to pay for it. So who shall pay is the average taxpayer and, of course, the emerging countries with indebtedness. So the main burden lies in the emerging economies like China, India, and Africa, which but make up more than half of the world's population and have to multiply the GDP. So for me, it is clear that this problem cannot be solved at the expense of the middle classes by taxation, or on the other hand, by the emerging economies through national debt. And we may consider, if we continue to serve the interests of a financial elite excellently, this will only work with massive restrictions on the population. And this we have to address in politics. If that doesn't happen, we will slide into an economic, ecological, and political catastrophe. So financial mechanics is a Newtonian method to describe the interaction between the real economy and the financial economy. And I would like if you use this internet address to read something about it. Okay, thank you.
So
can you hear me?
yes,
Sure,
well,
okay.
Okay.
Hi, Heribert.
Yeah, hi.
please stop screen sharing.
It's all right.
Yeah. No, stop screen sharing. Ja, genau. So.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
It's a good presentation indeed. You have done very well. Well, you can imagine the audiences are mostly non-economists.
We lost the sound.
Yes, now I can hear you. Yeah, the sound is back again. No,
Inga, can you shake the computer? The computer needs your touch.
In a situation of ongoing COVID-19, well, I'm asking you, what will be the message for the audiences to understand, given climate crisis and rising inflation, what will be the great reset? Very simple answer, please. What a great reset you are meaning.
You know, the Great Reset is a measure to save the expectations of financial elite. Yeah. What a Great Reset means, we have to save the assets they have. Yeah. But the assets hinders a reduction of the carbon dioxide because it is doomed to grow. The financial system has to grow. It cannot cope with any decline. And so it will happen as, for example, the Central Bank of Europe said, whatever it takes. So we will have also climbing carbon dioxide emissions. Even if you build, you work with new techniques, you have to build them. Anyone has to pay for it. And is by no measures there will be something else in the balance be saved for the money. It is always additional money, and additional money always means more growth, means more carbon dioxide emissions.
Oh, great. Okay. So what we gather from you, I mean, for a stable, sustainable economy, you are emphasizing something on political stability as well, so that this can reinforce the future, a very progressive move for humanity as a whole. Is that okay?
Yes. Hopefully we get a stable one, but only with another financial system. So more a system that is not dependent on solely profit.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. It has been very wonderful. Thank you, Heribert, joining us. I hope you will stay the rest of the day. So now it is the turn for our moderator, Professor John Struthers, is back to invite the next speaker.
I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker, and she's well known to the centre, and it's Sam Daly-Harris, and I believe she's going to join us on Zoom rather than in person. So Sam, please, you have about 15 to 20 minutes to cover your talk, but if you can finish a bit early, that would be great, and then we can have time for questions. Thank you.
Great. It's wonderful to be with everyone. My talk is going to take a bit of a different twist on everything. The title is "To Address Climate Change, We Must Dissolve Civic Powerlessness." And I was preparing for this talk, and I received an avalanche of quotes that pointed to what I wanted to talk about. This week, there was an op-ed by Medea Benjamin and Nicholas Davies of Code Pink, in which they said, the science is clear. The solutions to climate crisis are readily available. It's only the political will that's lacking. This must be supplied by ordinary people from all walks of life. Political will supplied by ordinary people. My question is, how? I also want to try to answer it. I also received a recording of a conversation between John Kerry and Al Gore at Yale University in 2017. And Al Gore said, I want to recruit you. We can do this. People doubt we have the political will. Just remember that political will is in itself a renewable resource. Go out and renew it. My question is, renew the political will. How? I really want to try and answer it too. In the same conversation, Al Gore said, use your voice to win the conversations on climate. Be kind, be generous, react to deniers with goodwill, and give them the gift of listening. Win the conversations. And I write this question, react to climate deniers with goodwill. How? And that's something I want to answer. This is 2 days ago. I was on an online presentation and I heard from Paul Hawken, the author of Drawdown, and he said, the estimates are that between 98 and 99% of humanity is disengaged. From the Earth's point of view, there's no difference between a climate denier and someone who understands the problem, but actually doesn't do anything. From the Earth's point of view, there's no difference between a climate denier and someone who understands the problem, but actually doesn't do anything. Engage those who understand. How? That's what I'd like to address. I'm going to use as my examples one group I've coached for 7 years, starting 14 years ago, Citizens Climate Lobby, and the Foundation for Climate Restoration, which I just started coaching in August. Citizens Climate Lobby in September of 2007 had 0 chapters. Now there are 500 in the US and Canada, a total of 600 around the world. The Foundation for Climate Restoration, in a new offering that I'm bringing to them, had 0 chapters in that new offering. Today has 2. And I want to describe the growth that they're going to go through and that CCL already is. Frances Moore Lappé wrote Diet for a Small Planet 50 years ago. And in a more recent book, she wrote, our real problem is not a heating planet. Our real problem is not a heating planet or rampant malnutrition. We only have one real problem, our own feelings of powerlessness to manifest the solutions right in front of our noses. 98 to 99% of humanity is disengaged. Our real problem is not a heating planet or rampant malnutrition. We only have one real problem, our own feelings of powerlessness to manifest the solutions right in front of our noses. The biggest barriers for citizens to get engaged is their sense of powerlessness and cynicism. And the biggest barriers for staff of nonprofit organizations to engage those citizens is their own sense of powerlessness and their fear of making big asks of volunteers. And so this is a very simple description of the process that I work with nonprofits on, starting chapters and sustaining chapters. You got to start them, but if you start them, you got to sustain them. The staff finds a host who will build an inviting team. The staff then speaks to the inviting team, leads the inviting team calls, and hopefully people are enthusiastic and they invite others. They support the inviting and then they lead the chapter launch workshop, and 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 join the chapter. Then that chapter moves to a part new group training and then to a monthly conference call with guest speakers and Q&A and training and grassroots victories. And they move on from there. Remember, Al Gore said, I want to recruit you. We can do this. People doubt that we have the political will. Just remember, political will is itself a renewable resource. Go out and renew it. In my normal talk, I did 18 this year during COVID this year. You can make a profound difference on big issues with your voice as a citizen. You probably haven't, number 2, because of your sense of powerlessness and resignation about politics, especially federal politics. Number 3, find an organization committed to dissolving the powerlessness, and you can make that profound difference. I wrote an op-ed that was in the Baltimore Sun in July, and in it, I tried to answer, how do you dissolve the powerlessness? How do you build people's confidence? And my 3 points were, find an organization committed to dissolving it, find an organization centered on providing you with new skills, find the organization focused on encouraging you to move out of your comfort zone. That's right, confidence grows when you're encouraged to do something you thought you couldn't do, and then surprise yourself when you make it happen. I love this drawing. On the left here is your comfort zone, where most people hang out. And to the right is where the magic happens. And when people move out of their comfort zone and do things they never imagined possible, they end up over where the magic happens. Here's a common view of most groups doing advocacy work, groups that are not really up for dissolving the powerlessness. I was talking with the head of a nonprofit, very big. You would know them very well. He said to me 6 years ago, we can't let our volunteers write letters to the editor or op-eds because they'll get it wrong and misrepresent the organization. So much for dissolving the powerlessness. By contrast, in 2019, Citizen Climate Lobby volunteers had 4,305 letters to the editor, op-eds, and editorials published. One group is saying they'll get it wrong and misrepresent the organization, protecting the brand. Citizens Climate Lobby is asking, what do we have to do to help them get it right and give that to them? And as a result, 4,000 media pieces published. I want to make this other distinction between transactional advocacy and transformational advocacy. In transactional advocacy, it's sign the petition, transaction complete. In transformational advocacy, advocates are trained and encouraged to do things they never thought they could do. And as a result, they see themselves in a new light. They see themselves as community leaders. I want to make one or two last points. This champion scale. A lot of people will say, well, my member of parliament is opposed. There's no reason to meet with them. No, 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 no. You want to move them up to neutral and eventually up to supporter. And others will tell me, well, my member of parliament, she's a supporter. I don't need to work. No, no, no. You want to move them up to being an advocate, eventually a leader, and eventually a champion. When I'm working with groups who are meeting with those who are opposed, when they're meeting with climate deniers, I ask them to write down these 3 questions. Question 1, I know you don't support this bill on climate change. What would it take to change your mind? Question 2, could you say more about that? Question 3, why do you think that is? I'm going to close with this Jay Butera story and a quote. Jay Butera was working with Citizens Climate Lobby, and he lived in Pennsylvania. This was early days. There was no chapter in Miami, Florida. He wanted to start a chapter there and enroll a Republican conservative member of Congress on climate change. And he went down to Miami regularly, and he met with the congressman, and the congressman said, I know you don't support this. I know you deny climate. What would it take to change your mind? And the congressman said, well, if you could enroll the mayors, if you could get the mayors on board, which he did, the Miami, Miami Beach, North Miami, Coral Gables. He went back to the congressman. He said, these mayors are all on board. The congressman said, well, if you could get the chambers of commerce on board. And he did. He went out to Miami, Miami Beach, North Miami, Coral Gables, and got the chambers of commerce on board. And then the congressman came on board. If you'd like to join the Civic Courage email list, it's civiccourage.org. If you'd like to connect with the groups I just mentioned, I will try and put this in chat in a moment. That's citizensclimatelobby.org or foundationforclimaterestoration.org. And I will leave it there and stop there. Maybe I did my 10 minutes and came in good time. I want to just put this in the chat. We can go to questions now.
Can you unmute?
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Sam, for that superb presentation. And thank you also for keeping to time. So this allows us a few minutes for questions. So I'll open it up to people in the audience. Do you have a question for Sam?
Okay. I would like to ask a question, if possible.
Go ahead. Yes.
I go? Okay. I'm Luisa Brunori. Sam, hello. I would like to, first of all, congratulations for the presentation and the enthusiasm that is evident in your words and your music, let us say. I would say, how do you act to provoke this change of the mind, or the change of mind, this change of attitude? Do you make workshops? Do you make I don't know, which is your strategy to change a passive attitude towards an active one?
Yes, and I've put these organizations in the website. my main message in a sense is find an organization that's committed to dissolving the powerlessness and committed to empowering and sustaining chapters. For example, the organization, it's like a big one like Care, Save the Children, Oxfam, that says we can't let our volunteers write letters to the editor or op-eds because they'll get it wrong and misrepresent the organization. That's not the organization you want to connect with. What I'm getting at is you have to find the ones that see the mystery of the powerlessness, see why 98, 99% of people are disengaged, and work to dissolve that. And I put in the chat the links to Citizens Climate Lobby and Foundation for Climate Restoration websites. And those would be good places to start, to not do it on your own, to not make it up on your own.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the answer, Sam. Any more questions from the floor here? While you're thinking of a question, let me ask one, Sam, if I may. This week and in the past, it's been said that the climate debate is dominated by the elite. The elite. And we've probably seen that this week with all the leaders coming for a few days to talk about climate change. So my understanding of your work is that you're trying to bridge the gap between the elite. And by the elite, I mean the politicians and the influencers and those who are influenced by the elite. I think you're trying to fill that gap because your organization is an advocacy organization, as far as I understand it. So one of the slides you showed that nearly 90% of the population are not interested or disengaged. And that's normal, actually, for most big issues in the world. You know, it's nearly always a minority who are the most interested on the big topics. So is this topic of climate change different in that sense that we will expect some of the 98% or 99% or whatever the figure was to become engaged? A big question. I'm sorry, it's a bit general, but.
Yeah, you know, I want to go back to a quote that Professor Yunus left us with earlier. He said, it's from Apollo astronaut Rusty Schweickart, who said, we aren't passengers on the spaceship Earth. We're the crew. We aren't residents on this planet. We're citizens. The difference in both cases is responsibility. And I'd like to go back to one slide. You were talking about the elites, and if I can get my slides, it was this slide here. And if you'll notice that in 2019, Citizen Climate Volunteers had 1,714 meetings with members of Congress or their staff, up from 106 in 2010. And so this is where the us, we're getting up out of our passenger seat and getting up to the cockpit. So not like, well, my member of Congress is a jerk. I'm not interested. No. It's like we elect these people and then we do zero oversight. We hire them to do a job and then we don't do any oversight of how they're doing. So yeah, the engagement is critical.
Okay, any more questions from the audience? Okay, well, thank you, Sam. I think somebody might say, of course, in answer to your last point, that, yeah, politicians are elected after all, whereas you and I are not. So, I mean, they have rights and we have rights. So that's just
let me just close with this.
You can comment if you wish.
Yes, this quote, I forget, it was Al Gore attributed it to Churchill. Governments can be counted on to do the right thing, but only after they've exhausted all other possibilities. It's our job to speed up the process of getting around to doing the right thing without exhausting all other possibilities.
Excellent answer, I think. Any quote from Winston Churchill is always going to be appreciated. Well, thank you, Sam. And I know that you're a regular contributor to the Journal of Social Business. And I am one of the lead editors or co-editors of that journal. And so now I see you almost in the flesh, at least through Zoom. So hopefully one day we'll shake hands here in Glasgow or in Scotland sometimes next time you're visiting. So thank you very much indeed, and take care. Thank you.
Please.
Yep. Thanks, sir. So thank you. So moving on, we're coming to the next speaker, and that's Dr. Sunita Gandhi, who is not with us here, but on Zoom. So Sunita is president of the Devi Sanchan Dignity Education Vision International from India. So Sunita, if you're there, you have roughly 7 minutes. Or exactly
Okay.
7 minutes.
All right, I'm delighted to be here, and I'm going to share my screen in just a second. Okay, so my topic is literacy, education, inequality, and climate change. Can you read this?
Yes.
Some of you can. How fabulous. Is the Nordic Ors, I think it is. Yeah. So, but I would think most of you cannot read this.
Well, it might be upside down, but we can read it.
It's supposed to be the right way around.
I think you're saying we can see it, not that we can read it.
That's the difference. You see, you can't read it. And can you read it now? So that's exactly poison. So that's the difference between literate and illiterate, inequality and vulnerability to climate change. The problem, there's high level of illiteracy among children. This is in India. And I'll look at the worldwide data in a minute. 50 million children lack the foundational literacy and numeracy skills. Nearly 55% of 10-year-olds lack reading skills, World Bank. Nearly 25% do not have reading skills at age 14. This is an annual survey of education report data. There's also high level of illiteracy among adults. 1 out of 4 adults are illiterate, according to the last Indian census. And according to UNESCO, nearly 40% of the world's illiterate belong to our country. The solutions to literacy are slow, laborious, and cumbersome, to say the least. And the gain over a decade is minuscule and not nearly enough. Worldwide, 584 million children are now considered illiterate post-COVID, and 776 million adults. It is estimated that 170 million can escape extreme poverty if we could provide literacy skills in the schools. So how long will it take? The best of historical gains are not enough to meet the SDG targets 4.6 and 4.1 by 2030. UNESCO estimates that COVID has wiped out nearly 20 years of educational gain. So do we need to spend another 20 years to make it up? And beyond that to reach the earlier unachieved levels? So if you look at population literacy, there's another catch-up activity going on, because while we are improving our literacy, we're also increasing our population, knowingly or unknowingly. And the two will catch up with each other in 2091. That's 70 years hence, if we continue with the best growth rates of the last decade. So the question is, why can't they read? And how to get them to read? Now, I wouldn't say it's only a developing country problem. It's also happening in the high income communities. We find a lot of people cannot read. We carried out here in Lucknow, we're based in Lucknow, which is in Uttar Pradesh in India. We carried out a large-scale survey of 1.5 million 6 to 60-year-olds in both rural and urban Lucknow. And this was the first very independent survey after the census, which was the last census was 2011, government census. We also engaged ourselves in development of swift and effective modalities along with teaching learning materials. This has been implemented quite successfully by students in schools acting as volunteers for the program to make people literate. So in their homes, in the villages, in the communities, they find illiterate people and make them literate using these swift and disruptive methods of teaching and learning. We've developed this in 13 Indian languages and also in other international languages like Swahili, Portuguese, Nepalese. Some are in the works. The survey work that we did in Lucknow with 1.5 million people led to its publishing. The results got published in Economic and Political Weekly this August after 1.5 year of review process. The three interesting findings from this: number one, people who experience multiple factors of disadvantage have disturbingly low literacy rates. If you are rural, 51 to 60-year-old, SC, ST, that is scheduled caste, scheduled tribe woman, that's social disadvantage, in the Lucknow district, you have the chance of being literate only at the 10% level, which is far lower than if you expand the dimensions of disadvantage independently. So they compound each other. So you happen to be female, that's against you. If you happen to be older, that's against you. If you happen to be living in a rural area, if you happen to be socially a lower economic strata person, you're supposed to suffer even more indignity. High rates of illiteracy and persistent socio-demographic inequalities have been further exacerbated, as we can expect, by COVID-19 crises. So what lower can we go than 10%? Obviously, we need to think of vastly different and disruptive measures. Not the same tune at all, because that has not worked for us or for anyone for that matter. By using these new and disruptive methods, which have some precedence in the past in various countries, we feel that these three will lend to far better treatment of literacy and will be able to disrupt literacy as we know it. So the first most important action that we can take is to treat literacy as an emergency. We can all agree that when we treated COVID as an emergency, we didn't just go to the doctors. Here also, we can't just go to the teachers and say, solve the problem. We need to go everywhere and do everything possible and ask everyone's help. And this can only happen if we treat literacy as an emergency. If we're going to stop the compounding of various inequalities and the impact of climate change on the underprivileged, the poor, the vast majority of whom are illiterate, we have to treat literacy as an emergency. Second, there's a lot of precedence in people's movements across the world. Many countries have taken this recourse and found that gains can be very quick. Like within a period of 2 years, they can go from a 30%, 40% literacy level to 76, in some countries we've seen as much as 96% level of growth within a very short span of time. And of course, along with that, there has to be use of disruptive teaching methods. So when we say treating
I'll need
literacy,
to ask you to finish in 2 minutes. Sunita.
okay, surely. So, okay, I shall go to the later slides then. So disruptive literacy means 30-hour literacy, 20 minutes daily, and 90 sessions. That's all. That's all we need. This is a vastly different way of conducting literacy than we have known it in the past. It's an upside down reverse methodology, and it doesn't take 3 years like in majority of the cases. And this is also zero and near zero cost literacy. So it's a groundbreaking methodology that is swift, simple, replicable, scalable, and catalytic. And those are the kinds of solutions we need. The way forward in addressing the inequalities and climate change. Now that's my last slide. Though its causality cannot be measured, we can say that climate change is correlated highly to poverty and affects the poor disproportionately. Addressing literacy poverty addresses poverty, inequalities, and climate change most squarely. A massive commitment to treat literacy as an emergency by the governments can greatly reduce literacy poverty in 2 to 5 years, not 20 to 50. Historical precedence is insufficient. New and disruptive methods are the way forward. Thank you so much.
Sorry to have to cut you off there, Sunita. That was a really superb presentation on the impact of literacy with regard to climate change and vice versa. So are there any questions from the floor? We have a few minutes for questions. Don't be shy.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Can I ask a question? I'm in the Zoom room.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, Sunita. Thank you. Welcome and wonderful. Thank you. I was wondering, Sunita, if you could also share post that 35-40 hours literacy program. Is there, you're also shadowing these after the program ends? What happens to the children and or the adults? And then also, is there a cushion of a climate change literacy program along with the academic program, and how are they correlated? I know there are many questions in this, but yeah.
Okay, as far as climate change is concerned, I think this is a cause or an effect, if you like, of the literacy work. We could, of course, combine climate literacy with it, but what are the options in front of the poor? They don't have options, so the literacy part may go to waste. They should be aware, and they are usually aware, they're actually using minimum resources. They can use 10 rupees more efficiently than any of us. And so I think that making them more efficient is probably not the goal, but they are suffering because of climate change, and how do they adapt to it is a difficult issue. When it comes to effectiveness of the program, I think that because we are teaching learners the learning skill in the sense of decoding, so from pictures to sounds to joining the sounds to make words, this is something that they don't forget. We find the rote learning based methods are more easily forgotten than those that are based on mind connections and visual to phonic connections, and then they're retained because they know how to derive learning on their own.
Thank you.
May I ask a question too? This is Sheila Katzman. Here. Is that okay? Sunita, thank you for your presentation. You stirred my memory, as I wrote in the chat there, of Jamaica in the 70s, in the 1970s. 60s under colonial rule, Jamaica was 60-40. 55-45, sorry, 55% illiterate, yet they were the wealthiest nation in the Caribbean and Latin America. And do you think that it's true that you measure a country's wealth by the number of poor and illiterate people that they have in that country, and that it was so designed? So in the 70s, when they did the Jamal Into the Light program under the Michael Manley government, they changed that. That in the 90s, you could see that Jamaica on the Human Development Index became 100% literate, right up there with Barbados, which is only, Barbados is 250,000 in its population. Do you not think that one should take it, when we talk about literacy now, to look at this holistically in terms of, we cannot think about literacy and not think about economic mobility and health and all the rest, everything overlapping, because Jamaica didn't sustain it because they never think like that at that time. And now the grumble is that there's a high rate of illiteracy in Jamaica now.
Right. Thank you, Sheila, for that thought. Few thoughts in my mind. One is that Mahatma Gandhi said that a country is only as strong as its villages. Or a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. And so, yes, we have to worry about the weakness that comes with, say, literacy and poverty. And do they compound each other? Yes, they do. And that's what our research has shown. we can also agree, perhaps, that literacy is about the best investment a country can make. Because with it come so many other things like population control, like education of the children, lower infant mortality rate. So it's one prong of action that has multiple benefits. Now, if the country has not put that in the casket of being important, I think international data is pretty correlated to the fact that they won't do as well economically, because personal income is obviously going to be lower for the individuals. Does that answer you, Sheila?
Can I ask a question?
Please.
Sunita, could you say a little bit more about the school you work in? Because I know the Guinness Book of Records calls it the world's largest school. So as well as literacy, you're able to develop all sorts of curricula at that school. So how can we all join in with you and help each other?
Right, Chris, thank you for asking that question. Well, actually, with being the largest school, my family also feels very morally obligated to do something about it. So when I left the World Bank and came to India, one of the goals that I had was to work on literacy and use that school as a laboratory. So the very first project we did in 2014 was to have hundreds of thousands of children of that school become the literacy agents and agents of change and go and make literacy happen. And seeing children involved has multiple benefits. I think that every school should stand for peace, should stand for service. And this, I think, when we combine swift learning methods, the ones we have developed through research and a lot of effort here, I think, and they're replicable in other languages being used in other countries. So I think that there's a chance that we can actually not just make people literate, but also make our children more socially responsible. And that's one of the objectives we've had since the beginning.
Okay, thank you, Sunita. I'm going to squeeze in one question for you, and forgive me for exploiting my position as chairman, but I can't resist it. I'm an economist, and 2 years ago or 3 years ago, one of your countrymen yet again won the Nobel Prize in economics, along with his wife, Professor Banerjee and Esther Duflo. She's a French lady, they work in American universities, and they got their Nobel Prize in economics for work somewhat related to what you're doing. But their approach in terms of spreading literacy and also health promotion as well is to provide cash incentives to young children and to those who wish to receive those benefits. So what's your view on that? Do we need to incentivize people to take up education or proper health treatment with monetary transfers? That's what their research tells us. And that's a quick summary of it. Obviously, they've published many papers on this.
Right. Actually, yes, I'm familiar with the work of Abhijit Banerjee and his wife. I think it's tremendous. In Chile, in many countries of the world, cash transfers have worked very well. And we are struggling with those in India because they have to be meaningful to make them work. They can't be small. The reason for doing cash transfer is because the private schools, especially the budget private schools, are providing tremendous education compared to, say, the public schools. And those who go to public school, of course, some of them choose to, but primarily they go there because they are not getting value for the education value that they deserve and that they want, or maybe even the perception of it amongst people. So yeah, cash transfers are necessary till the point that education improves itself and public education becomes really excellent. So I think I'm with them on this, and I can't in any case go against their findings. I mean, this is worldwide well-respected research.
Thank you. Thanks very much. So thank you again for your presentation. All the way from India. Thank you.
Thanks.
So our next speaker, I'm glad to say, is not from India, not from Bangladesh, not from Africa, not from America, but from Scotland. And I'm looking at you, madam, I think it might be you. And this is Ellen McCann, who's going to speak about a project from Scotland. And the project is called Food for Fife, from a district of Scotland, a region of Scotland, which is on the east coast. Now, Ellen, I'm not going to show any favoritism to you in terms of time, okay? So actually, you've got an extra minute, so that's not bad. So 8 minutes as opposed to 7 minutes. So over to you.
All right, thank you. Is there a microphone?
Just speak.
Just speak.
Okay.
Oh, do I need to be seen here? Okay. Put this down. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah, you can all hear. Okay. Wave your hands or something if you can't hear. I'll try and speak up. First of all, let me offer my warmest greetings to everyone and my sincere thanks to Dr. Zashim Ahmed, who invited me to speak today. It's lovely to have been invited, and I thank you very much. I suspect everyone's getting hungry because I think I'm almost the last person to speak before lunch. So I really will stick to my 8 minutes. I'm here today to speak to you as a community activist who spent a long career working in Scotland's very vibrant voluntary sector, helping to run a range of projects focused on engaging local people in economic and community development. The project which remains closest to my heart was a community food project called Food for Fife, and that is the one I will be speaking about today. To give you a very brief history, at the end of the 1990s, a small group of environmental activists came together in Fife to ask themselves what they could do to meet some of the environmental challenges facing their region here in Scotland. This group of activists called themselves WeCan, which stands for Working for Environmental Community Action Now. After several long years of research and planning, they finally secured funding for a project called Food for Fife, and that ran from 2006 to 2010. I was privileged to be hired by their board to run the organization and the project, and we set out on the task of delivering an actual action research project to inspire a circular local food economy for Fife. At that time, in the mid-2000s, it was extremely unusual to find just a food justice project that was also a climate action project. I realize that sounds really strange now, but at the time, no one had tried that before. So that was new, if not actually radically eccentric thinking at the time. And on top of that, we elected to work in our region's most disadvantaged communities. And again, the critics weighed in saying, well, that will never work. People are too bogged down in their day-to-day survival and existence to take an interest in ecological issues, climate change issues. Well, we proved them wrong. And we now know today that, of course, the people who are most impacted by climate change and by climate justice issues are the very ones who are leading the way in climate action today. Our method was to send animators into local communities who would identify and work with willing individuals to identify needs and establish local food projects. So the animator's job was to work with the community, not for them and not on their behalf, but to listen and then to engage with the issues that they were raising and help them find access to resources, to skills, and to methodologies to achieve the change that they were setting out to achieve. Communities quickly identified a range of projects in three main sectors. The first was food growing. So that was things like community gardens, community farms, community allotments, community orchards. The second area was food distribution and supply. So that could be community cafes, food co-ops, for example, community shops. And then the third area was food waste projects, such as community composting projects. And once those were established, stage 2 would be trying to involve them in creating a circular local network. So the growers in the community gardens would supply the cafes and the shops. The shops and the cafes would send their waste to the community composters. The composters would then process the waste and send the compost back to the community gardens. And we were trying to demonstrate not only that this could work, but that it would deliver real social, health, and environmental benefits. So inspired by the work of Professor Yunus, who spoke to us this morning, our stage 3 would be to introduce a microcredit scheme that could become a spur to community entrepreneurship and therefore add income for communities. We asked ourselves whether, instead of loaning to individuals in this first world context, we could tweak the model and loan to communities. And stage 4 would be to help communities extend the skills that they had learned to address other issues in their communities, and also to share their skills through consulting work with other community groups, thereby deriving income for their project. So we began our project with 4 community groups in 5 most disadvantaged areas. By the end, we were working with over 30, which shows you some sense of the level of demand and interest that there was. And many of these are still on the go today. I'm going to quickly give you 3 examples of ones that are still on the go just now. The first one is in Inverkeithing. It's a community garden. It's in the grounds of an old friary, and a wide section of the community and school children are involved. The children can go there. They can actually plant their own wheat crop. They grow it, they harvest it, they mill it, and they turn it into, and they bake bread. So they learn the whole cycle. And I think if that's not a great life lesson, I don't know what is. It's also become a tourist attraction for the town. So it's drawing lots of new visitors into the local area and generating income for the community. Secondly, the second project I would tell you about that is one in on the far other end of Fife, a good hour and a bit drive away, in Tayport. This, and it's in a place where the community started with a very simple community garden, but ended by becoming such skillful activists that they were able to convert a brownfield site into a derelict brownfield site into a community center, a community cafe, and a sports center. And now they've just opened a community camping site, which again is bringing tourism to the town, generating income both for their group and for the local area. And last but not least is the town of Newborough, which is probably closest to my heart. I live near there and I worked on it the longest. Newborough grew up around and literally in an ancient orchard that belonged to the local abbey. So that every home in the town that has a garden has fruit trees in it that are the descendants of the original historic fruit trees that were there. Now, the townspeople were so, skills had been lost over the years. People obviously don't have the kind of time they used to have. And also, I think people were often overwhelmed by the bounty of the fruit, and most of it was ending up on the ground. So the community came together to form a town-wide community orchard project, where they identified what skills were needed, and they set out to learn the skills of looking after their fruit trees, gathering the fruit, transporting it, and selling it on the high street. And they still do this every year at harvest time to this day. It's attracted a huge number of businesses into the town. It attracted an arts center, and the town underwent a huge renaissance as a result of this project. But the world's moved on since the mid-2000s. These sorts of projects have become far more sophisticated than anything we attempted. And the general public now understand the terms of the discussion much more. When we started out, we were talking about things like food miles and food deserts in urban areas where people had no access to healthy local food. People didn't even know what food miles were. They'd never heard these terms. I think probably many of you are no doubt running amazing projects that have improved over our early efforts. And if I had the time, I would tell you about the other extraordinary and wonderful projects that are on the go today that really impress me. And I'd also tell you about the things we got wrong, because we did make mistakes. And I think it's important for us to be honest. Now that I don't have to get a job anymore because I'm retired, I can talk about the things we did wrong as well. And but I have to end here. The most important thought I want to leave with you is this: capitalism, with its destructive addiction to growth, will eventually eat itself, but sadly, not fast enough to counter the devastating effects of climate change. In the meantime, I truly believe it's action at the local level that will make the real difference. And it's community action that will embed resilience in communities and identify the most powerful solutions. So I wish those of you who are laboring in this field every success in the future. You deserve it. Our planet deserves it. Our future deserves it. And I salute you. Thank you. Oh, sorry, questions, yes. Okay, stand over here.
Thank you, Ellen. Again,
I have a question. I have a question.
Yeah, hold on a second, please. Hold
One-
on, just
half
one
a
second,
second.
Louise.
Half a
Louisa.
second. I'm asking, please, what are you going to give us for lunch today?
Yeah, that was my question as well, actually. But we're not at lunchtime yet. You have to wait another hour for lunch.
Yes,
So just 20
so
minutes.
it's an aperitif.
Yeah. So, yeah, I was going to say something, yes. So are there any questions for Ellen? Again, I have a question, but.
Sorry, it was very interesting. Excuse me. I wanted to joke, but it was very interesting.
Yeah, no, but not as interesting as the food you're going to eat, obviously. Are there any questions? Okay, I'll ask a question while you're thinking about that. Ellen, that was great. And I think you used the term local community. That's it came to mind when you were speaking. Okay. And yeah, I think in Scotland, we've always had a good record of local commitment and local contributions to life. You know, whether it's what you're doing or whether it's in some of the traditional industries that we now want to get rid of. But until your very last statement, I agreed with everything you said. But we cannot get rid of capitalism. Well, let me rephrase that. In fact, it's another quote that I think Winston Churchill said, yeah, people talk about getting rid of capitalism, but it's the least bad system that we have, the least bad system. Not the best, not the worst, but the least bad system. What do you say to that?
I think Professor Yunus touched on this morning. What I would say is that human desire for growth is not a bad thing, but the addiction to growth as a profit motive, as Professor Yunus pointed out, is the problem, because it's a finite planet and resources are finite, and we see the effects of that every day. What we need to do is turn the whole idea of growth upside down, kind of like a jujitsu flip, so that instead it's about human growth, inner growth, transformation, transformational growth. And I think that is possible. I think it's hard, but I've seen it done in communities. I've seen it done with people who weren't given credit by the powers that be for what they could achieve, who through this action transform their lives and transform their communities. And I do believe it's possible.
You mentioned local creative value chain in the food system. I'm working in the fashion business, and of course, agriculture is food, but it's also clothing. And I'm really concern about the Silk Road, the ancient Silk Road, for the trading route, as being part of the new creative capitalistic way of being, enterprising, and enjoying life. We need to have more fun. We need to have more experiential learning where we unite a creative capital. So that's why I'm representing an initiative in Europe called Erasmus+, creative, collaborative culture to combat climate change. But in that scope of being Europe, we say that we're going to explode internally in Europe and then embody the local multicultural societies. And obvious, that's food. That's united us, food and traveling, journeying around the planet. And of course, digital zooming in and zooming out as well. When it comes to the EAT and the EAT Lancet report, which is saying that everyone should be vegetarian, yes or no. But I think the SDG number 17, the partnership with the animals, with a compassionate, creative culture of deep, deep respect for all living beings. However, with the talking about the local circular economy, how can we, with the food system, how can we really expand this to all schools on the planet? That's my wish. How can we do that?
Yeah, starting out locally, I think. I mean, you're not going to do it on a big scale right away. So, sorry, Trace, you. So the question is, I think if I've understood right, the question is, how do we scale up local food and circular economies? Well, the only way that I can think of is to start local and then work your way up. I can't imagine a way that you would do it at a grand scale before you'd gotten the resilience built in at the local level. And besides, you want to keep the food local anyway. You want to produce it locally, you want to eat it locally, and you want to compost it and deal with food waste locally. So in some ways, there's no need for it to be a grand scheme because every community can find its own solution.
Can I?
Thank you very much. Could
I ask you to publish a few of the ways to connect with the Fife communities and Ingrid's communities, and in particular, which level of politicians actually help with that work? Is it at the mayor level? Is it at a lower level? How do we get public servants to help with the communities you're talking about?
We don't have time to answer that question, I'm afraid, but I'm sure Ellen will communicate directly with you, whoever you are. Chris Bacat, right. I think you'll communicate directly with Chris.
You can put me in touch.
I'll connect you, don't worry.
Okay.
Thanks, Ellen. You have done very well. Thank you.
Yeah, we seem to be now moving on to talk about food, strangely enough, because the next speaker, Dr. David Jordan, will talk about climate change and food security. Now, David is the president and CEO of the Seven Hills Foundation in Worcester is the way we should pronounce it, in Massachusetts in America. And he also works at Clark University and is also a social entrepreneur. All of those combined. So you have slightly more time, David, but don't get too excited. It's only 12 minutes. And after 10 minutes, I will warn you that it's only 2 minutes left. So over to you, David. Remember that if you go over time, you are keeping us from our food that we hope has been locally grown. Well, over to you, David.
Okay, I will not try to keep you from your luncheon. And I will provide some slides. I'll be talking over the slides. And as part of my presentation, I have a very short video clip at the end, but I'll try to keep that all within the time allotted. So it's a pleasure to be with you all today. I work in healthcare here in the United States, but I also work in 8 under-resourced countries around the globe, where I see challenges of economic development, social development, and certainly environmental degradation. The many concerns and many issues that I deal with with people around the globe, the issue of starvation and hunger is most often the most heinous that I see. Clearly related directly to global warming, rising oceans, and water shortages. So let me begin the slide presentation, and I'll be talking over that. There in a second. Okay. So after decades of improvement in feeding our world's hungry, in 2021, hunger has become a global epidemic affecting communities everywhere. In sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, Latin America, and within the developed world. The United Nations estimates there are now, during COVID, between 830 million and 1 billion people in the world who are facing hunger, causing stunting in children and an increase in child and maternal mortality. In addition to those quite literally starving, over 2 billion people don't have access to regular, safe, nutritious, and sufficient food, according to the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization. In a 2021 article, CNBC noted that severe world hunger is caused by poverty, conflict, population growth, access considerations, and food production processes. But climate change has a major part to play in the rising levels of world hunger. Over the past decade, increasing regional conflict and rising global temperatures have contributed the most to the rise in hunger. While political instability and war may have contributed to hunger in the worst hit nations, climate change has exponentially compounded the problems. The Dominican Republic of Congo, Yemen, South Sudan, Somalia, Syria, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger have nearly 80% of the world's hungry people, according to the United Nations World Food Program. At the same time, reports from Mali, Niger, South Sudan, and Burkina Faso also indicated that drought and increasing temperatures have led to drastically lower agricultural yields. Climate change decreases the level of agricultural productivity, which has a direct impact on hunger levels globally. Environmental disasters like floods, droughts, erratic rainfall, and storms can cause a significant decrease in agricultural production in food-sensitive areas of Africa and Asia. The United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization has called climate change the leading factor for rising global hunger. The report from the FAO looked at extreme weather events, land degradation, desertification, water scarcity, and rising sea levels that were being caused by climate change that led to food scarcity. The International Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, estimates that an additional 80 million people, more than today, could be facing drastic levels of hunger by 2050. The Global Hunger Index also estimates that the world is not on track to hit the United Nations SDG of zero hunger by the proposed timeline 2030. The GHI report notes that while some progress has been made, much more needs to be done to lift people currently in the starvation category and to future-proof vulnerable populations against famine. While nations have signed and ratified international agreements such as the UN SDGs and the Paris Climate Accord, more must be done, much more, including aggressive action in Glasgow, Scotland at COP26. Income inequality, war, conflict, and our ever worsening global climate are principal causes of the current rise in global hunger. At COP26 in Glasgow, leaders throughout the world have an opportunity to address climate degradation and in turn extreme global hunger. Fix our climate and we uplift 1 billion hungry children. Let me show you a very short video clip now, prepared by the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations.
We are facing a global fight to address one of the biggest challenges of our time. 5 years after committing to eradicate hunger, we are not on track to reach our goals by 2030.
Chronic hunger is up by 10 million people in 1 year and up by nearly 60 million in 5 years. Almost 690 million people went hungry in 2019, with numbers highest in Asia and rising fastest in Africa.
If these trends continue, more than 840 million people will be hungry by 2030, with Africa overtaking Asia as the region affected most. The COVID-19 pandemic could add over 100 million people to this distressing toll.
Overcoming hunger is just one part of the problem. 2 billion people do not have regular access to safe, nutritious and sufficient food. In 2019, 144 million children under the age of 5 were stunted,
while 47 million were affected by wasting. We are not on track to meet our 2030 targets for child stunting, low birth weight, and exclusive breastfeeding.
Countries are also facing the growing burden of obesity linked to poor quality diets, with 676 million of adults obese.
Around the world, many people are suffering from hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition because they cannot afford healthy diets.
Even the cheapest healthy diets are out of reach for more than 3 billion people in the world. Sub-Saharan Africa and Southern Asia, around 57% of the population cannot afford nutritious food.
Our current dietary patterns are also taking a heavy toll in terms of health costs and the environment. By 2030, diet-related health costs linked to mortality and non-communicable diseases could be more than $1.3 trillion a year, while diet-related costs of greenhouse gas emissions could be more than $1.7 trillion a year.
As the world fights COVID-19, we cannot allow the pandemic to stop the global fight on hunger and malnutrition. To achieve a world free from hunger and malnutrition by 2030, countries must transform food systems and increase the affordability of healthy diets.
Shifting to healthy diets could reduce direct and indirect health costs by up to 97%.
While reducing the social costs of greenhouse gas emissions by up to 74%. We must ensure the cost of nutritious foods comes down.
The whole world shifts towards a healthy diet. We have a real chance of ending hunger and malnutrition, once and for all.
We must act now to build back better and make a difference in lives and communities everywhere.
So, as I mentioned earlier, my work around the world, I see lots of concerning issues associated with the SDGs, particularly my work in healthcare, maternal mortality, infant mortality, but in many considerations that I engage with, seeing children and women particularly literally starving to death in 2021 is just unimaginable. And so SDG number 2 is critically important. Climate change is greatly affecting food scarcity, and we need to address climate change in order to address the millions and millions of children and women and families who are suffering this heinous, slow death of starvation. So let me stop there and perhaps ask if there are any questions.
We have a few minutes for questions. So do you have any questions for Dr. Jordan? Or are you going to leave it to the chairman again to ask a question? I seem to be the one that's asking. Well, David, I work a lot in Africa. I run a Center for African. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Yeah,
it's going in and out, but I think I can hear you.
So I work a lot in Africa. I run a Center for African Research on Enterprise and Economic Development at my university. And we do a lot of work in agriculture in Africa. And the link between climate change and agricultural decline is quite obvious. There's no question about that. And also the link between climate change and migrationary flows is also quite obvious. But, and this is the but part of the statement, you know, we know that many African countries are short of basic energy sources. I do a little bit of work for the country of Ethiopia. I'm the honorary consul for Ethiopia here in Scotland. And Ethiopia is in the final stages of building a big hydro dam near the border with Sudan, and it's controversial. So when we talk about at COP26, the need to achieve net zero, what would you say to Ethiopia in that context, or many other countries, Bangladesh or India or whatever? I mean, is this view, this sort of one-size-fits-all view, which we're getting a lot at COP26, I must say? You know, there aren't that many dissenting voices that I hear at COP26. I think I'm a dissenting voice to some extent, but I'm not a climate denier. But like Ethiopia, like India, Bangladesh, and many countries around the world, they are looking at us, and I say as those in the so-called Western countries, developed countries like America, like the UK, and so on, that we are preaching to them. So how do we avoid that perception? That's my question. Sorry for the long comment.
Well, you know, we in the West, or those that have means, financial means, live in an interesting and fascinating little bubble. And I would suggest that all the leaders at COP26 are all being well fed and are well taken care of. And what I am trying to do with this particular presentation and others that I have given in other local venues is to put a face to climate change. It's not just this sort of amorphous, we've got to keep the temperature 3 degrees below Celsius, which is sort of abstract to most people. And what I'm trying to do is put a face on climate change, and that face is the face of starving children. Not only in Africa, but certainly in Asia, certainly in Latin America, more and more. Certainly in places like Bangladesh, where I work. Sea rise, water scarcity. It's affecting people in a real and significant way. And I think sometimes when we talk about climate change, we speak in terms of academia or intellectual concepts, which are important. I think what people at COP26 need is a reality check on what climate change is actually doing to human beings. When you see a child starving to death and wasting away as a result of climate change, that suddenly becomes more real, and that's what I would say to the folks at COP26.
Thank you. You've certainly succeeded in doing that, David. So we have 2 questions, one here behind me, and then one more, and then we'll have to wrap it up for lunch because it's lunchtime here in Glasgow. So.
Hello, David. I don't know if you can see me. I don't see myself. Okay. For me, I think it is a question really. I want to know why don't you have why don't we have African researchers and scientists, maybe you're not, but like yourselves. And secondly, I've been interviewing people on COP26 the past 2 days, 3 days, and mainly I've spoken to African ladies and African men, maybe 1 or 2, but mainly the story I found out yesterday from the African women. They told me they want to be in that panel where the decisions are made, so they can, their voices be heard. So when you talk about Africa, for me, I think we need to be given an opportunity to speak out for ourselves, because as a young man, me, I've grown up being told what to do by the Western countries and all that stuff. I know we've got a problem with our leaders in Africa, which is a big one as well. Until for that one, I don't want to go to political stuff, because I know you're not a politician. But I think what I'm trying to say here, we want our voices to be heard on the science and on the leadership of teaching lectures in universities and stuff like that. Especially like today in the COP26, I'll be so happy to see one of ours here today speaking with us.
Yeah. Well said. I think oftentimes we relay or relate crises around the world, particularly in Africa and Asia, and various other places like starvation, in terms of these abstract issues. And what we need to do is get focused on how it affects human beings. How is it really hurting children and adults? And we need, as the gentleman suggested, we don't need Western nations telling developing countries, how and when and what they should be doing. We need to work in partnership. And in terms of, for example, technologies, my belief is that we in the West should be giving the developing world technologies. Just give it to them. We should be making sure that we try to uplift the poor as quickly as possible. That will help address issues of population. It will help uplift those at the bottom of the economic pyramid. It will help address poverty and certainly hunger. So we need to engage with developing countries on local ways in which we can affect a positive turnaround in terms of, in my case, hunger. What do we need to do, and how do we do it, and how quickly can we do it? We have enough food in the world. We produce enough food globally. Much of the problem gets back to access. How do we move food to different parts of the world where access is very, very difficult? And as we are looking at a population, the first gentleman that presented today from Germany talked about population growth. Well, if we suddenly go from 7.5 billion people on this planet to 10 or 11 by 2050, where we have declining fish stocks in the ocean, we're going to have a food crisis. No, we already have one. So the question is, how do we begin working proactively to mitigate that concern now? And we need to engage with local players all over the globe in terms of addressing food scarcity.
Yeah, so I want to have a follow-up question. My name is Bremley, and I work on large-scale ecosystem restorations, from highland ecosystems in the Himalayas to mangrove ecosystems by the Delta region in both India and Myanmar. Before we came to COP, there were different US intelligence agencies that came out with a report that many countries could be led to major conflicts. Matter of fact, it's already happening. Those that control water resources and so on and so forth. But as countries insulate and protect their natural resources for national security, it's inevitable for climate wars to happen that are already triggering. And it also happened in Syria when there was a big famine. The migration happened from the east of the country to the west, and then ISIS took over, and then the whole country exploded. And now sub-Saharan Africa is on the brink of collapse, an ecological ecosystem crisis. And Europe is building a wall on the European border. Don't you think those billions of dollars that are meant for war should be building bridges to help our farmers, smallholder farmers across sub-Saharan Africa sustain their soils before total collapse, because the World Bank is predicting 350 million climate refugees moving north and south. Uganda is already taking a lot of refugees. I mean, I've seen it. I was there in DRC Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, they're collapsing. But these wars are being triggered from famine, and then, states, terrorists like ISIS takes advantage of that. So don't you think countries like the United States and Europe should invest more in stabilizing the lands and the forests in sub-Saharan Africa before total collapse happens?
Yes, I couldn't agree with you more. If we don't address climate change, we're never going to solve starvation. And as a result of that, we're not going to set aside war and conflict. I work in Haiti, and we're seeing now in Haiti tremendous public unrest, social discord, rioting, all around food. People don't have food or affordable food. We see this in Yemen because of conflict. We see this in Somalia, in northern Kenya. And we're seeing this more and more and more, where conflict is being instigated by a lack of food, and being able to move food, and being able to produce enough food, and to be working with local people, local populations in indigenous ways of food production that make sense to that community. Here in the United States, we've taken every gallon of gasoline that I put in my car is ethanol. Ethanol is made from corn and soy. So we've taken off the market in the United States billions of metric tons of food, so that I don't have to pay more than $3 a gallon in gas. And so you have this ridiculous mechanism. Dr. Yunus talks about it often, the inequity between wealth and around the world, the Gini coefficient, if you will, to my friends from Italy. That delta between the rich and the poor is only getting worse, and starvation is a subset of that.
Hi, David, well done. So a great friend of ours. Thank you for being with us. And you're a strong advocate of Journal of Economics. So the special issue has come about and has been hosted for you, which says a special issue, marching the core focus of COP26. This is the next one. You get it. Okay, first round. Thank you for your support. And we'd like to thank you again and conclude here. I hope that interesting session starts 2 o'clock. For everybody there, please. We'll have a break for 1 hour lunch. So please be back, because there's a crucial issue.
When?
Given the choice of the future generation, you'd like to be back and engage in your mobilization for a greater good.
Yes.
So please do come back. But before then, for the audiences who might not be the next one, but one thing is there. We are along the line of COP26 with a great hope. But the thing is that we have to be along the two choice. And from individual to statecraft, you have to work that way. One is either, say, the 2050 is a datum point, crucial point for humanity to define the future. Okay, so lot of controversies, lot of discussions, lot of agreements. However, 2050 is marked for zero net emission, and the end of the century we are going for a level below the industrial age. Okay, which is 1.2, then 1.5. So many, I mean, differences in figures. However, we are a very existential threat. We are facing the whole humanity, and the humans are most endangered species on the earth. Okay, so two choice. 2050 is the destiny of doomsday. How it go? The world is on fire. Air is deadly poisonous. Entire globe is underwater. That's one alarming thing. The other one of hope, of optimism, hope, will keep our hope to be surviving. So at 2050, the world is breathing, it's good. Air is fresh, nature is thriving, entire world population in a better quality of life, safe and healthy. So from your personal to family to society to the statecraft, we have to be active. So Greta Thunberg, the young girl of 18, is an inspiring as well. The person of 95, Sir David Attenborough, is a real boost and reinforcement for our future generations. So thank you so much for being with us. So we'll expect you back. So there is a lunch break. You will expect the lunch over the fire or in the room. Please do join us. Thank you.
Zajim, Professor Zajim, please. What time are we going to meet again?
Luisa, please. Yes, Luisa.
What time? What time are we going to meet again?
About an hour break. It's an hour
1
break. So
hour.
be with us because you will have wrap up session
1
just at
hour
3.
break.
Okay, thank you.
1 hour break.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sì. Luisa, io metto sulla mappa la foto di quello che ho preparato in Italia, quindi forse anche tu puoi mettere.
Dai, poi dopo ci vediamo. Hai detto che abiti dove?
Vicino a Pisa.
Ma fantastico. Viva la torre di Pisa che pende, che mai casca giù. Dai, allora facciamo che per piacere mi mandi tutti i riferimenti, c'ho già il numero di telefono e ci mettiamo d'accordo per incontrarci.
Perfetto.
E tu a Bologna o vengo io a Pisa, uno dei due. Tanto le torri le abbiamo tutte e due, io ho quella degli asinelli, tu hai quella... Dai, a parte gli scherzi cretini. Mi fa molto piacere averti incontrato qua, secondo me riusciremo a fare delle cose belle.
Sì. Sì. Ci vediamo
Adesso-
dopo anche.
Un'oretta, sì?
Sì. Ciao.
Ciao caro. Uri? Sì, c'è
Uri.
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 Ciao Uri, a fra poco.
Ciao. Sì.
Ciao caro.
Ciao.
Can I ask you, do you know Romano Prodi? Do you work with Romano Prodi in Bologna?
I'll work with?
Romano Prodi.
Oh yes, of course, I know him very well. He lives very close to my home. Do you know him?
He was a
We
great
know
friend of
him.
mine. My
Sorry?
father worked with him a lot.
Christopher
But,
McRae. I will tell
Yes,
him.
my father, Norman McRae, because back in 1976, Romano Prodi translated a survey of my father's. It was called Entrepreneurial Revolution, and the purpose of it was to say we needed small enterprises, networks in the future, not big organizations. And Romano Prodi translated that into Italian in 1976. So I would love to hear what Romano Prodi is doing now.
Do you want me to call him now?
Well, sometime, it doesn't have to be now, but it would be great to see if we can connect him with
Okay.
anything that's been discussed today.
When you want, we can manage. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
I will give him your saluti.
I actually, he is very, very interesting about how Italy used to connect the whole of the, South Asian coast.
Listen, Christopher.
So this would, yes.
Listen, Christopher. Let us.
Romano Prodi is very interesting in terms of.
Listen, Christopher. Oh, I
Yeah.
need to go for food. I am.
Yes.
My belly is terrible.
Okay.
Ciao.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Ciao.
Okay. Bye.
Ciao, Christopher.
Ciao.
Ciao. My friend, una foto o c'è lui?
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Lachelle and Bhan, are you there? Lachelle and Bhan.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Chetna, ma'am, I'm here.
Welcome, Bhan. Please, can we see you, Lachelle? Our youth performers, climate activists. Hi, Dwan. Hi, Lachelle. These are from Climate Radio Theatre Project with Radio Pakistan, Manchester in India.
Can you tell us more about Radio Project?
Yes, sure. Ingamatic, could you also spotlight Lachelle? Can you say hi so that they can see you? Just
Yes.
unmute and share. Yeah, so this was a project, Chris, by Ingamate with Radio Lifestyle with Pakistan and Manchester, where these were children who participated. We did a radio program for 45 minutes where we did a Theatre Radio Press Forum theatre play on how the industrialization is causing a lot of pollution in spaces in India. And we had live people who called us up from these countries who interacted with our audience live, and these children gave them their tough, spectacular interventions. So Lachelle and Dwan, you can say a hi. Just open your mics and say a hi or namaste.
Hi. Namaste.
Namaste.
I was wondering, do we know around the world, where are other people doing radio education? Because it must have become quite important during the COVID. There must be quite a lot of places doing experiments like that. How do we help you all learn from each other?
Yeah, so there is this village in Madhya Pradesh, central India called Bastar, and Sukam, S-U-K-A-M, Roshan, you can write it, where during the COVID, there was zero accessibility to technology, absolutely no electricity. I must say digital poverty as a new age term. So the teachers and the municipal corporator got together these loudspeakers in the middle of the street, and they were blowing up their voices and teaching them math, science, and children could listen to them. And there were also radio educative theater programs that were relayed in these rural part of the India. Yeah.
Are they available all?
We chose to wait. We took responsibility and put language to one side so we could see the world and we could catch up with its possibilities and potential. So we brought forest to ourselves without our language. And there was a great storm and all the words came tumbling out of the and they fell down the side of the hill, falling people on the head, waking them up, and it was very but they thought they were separate, and that somebody had to win and someone had to lose. Otherwise, you don't Future beings. It's time to return. To return and return again. The time has come. To thanks are place space out of time and return with the knowledge and wisdom, with the questions, with the language beyond language. Take your time.
Namaste. Chetna Rangbhumi, India. Hello.
Namaste. Hello.
Namaste. We can see you up on the big screen. So please introduce yourself. Welcome to this global assembly to Glasgow 2021 and the global historical event with young people from around the world also being present. Thank you, Makoto, also tuning in from Japan and New York, and all the other people in the Zoom line. Thank you for being there. We'll be broadcasting a few of you. Would I say over to you, Chetna? And also the greetings here before from the host of the evening for the day. Yes. It's
Hello, back again. How are you doing, my friends?
Great,
so you're
sir.
the future. We are passing by. Our time is getting over. Anyway, so nice meeting. Very warm welcome to all of you. So this is our last session or third session you can call the day-long program of Global Assembly 2021, marking climate crisis and global poverty and inequality. It was great. Perhaps some of you joined. Nobel Peace Laureate Professor Muhammad Yunus delivered his keynote speech, which was very much illuminating, very much future vision oriented. So we carried on with ideas of new economics, issues of new economics. Now we are with you. And the caption of the session is Youth Mobilization for a Greater Good. So it means very wide and open ideas and initiatives and activities to lay down the path to the future. So I believe Inger instead is the real key maker, is a real keystone to take her sixth world forward. So I'm inviting Inger Mette to make her contribution and lead, I think, 6 presentations from you, the promising persons. Now I can see some of you. Others will join, of course. So thank you so much. It is Inger. Big hand.
everything is a we. It's a we. Chetna, please take a lead on this in this global community of culture and the arts and education across borders. And we're here also with my friends, other friends. We're going to introduce you one at a time. So we are here to listen to the stories, the voices from around the world. So the Global Assembly from Glasgow, 2021. Creativity is our new capital, isn't it?
Absolutely.
The journey from the head to the heart. Are you ready to take the ball?
Yeah.
Catch.
Yes, showers to everybody. Yes, 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 yes. So let's begin. Namaste, everybody. Welcome.
Welcome, everyone.
Welcome.
Okay, so everybody, let's be ready. Roshan,
For
you just
lunch.
lead us.
Tell me what you
Okay.
had for lunch. What did you have for lunch?
We had Indian stuffed bread and juice.
Oh, very good. I had pumpkin soup.
Yes, let's get ready, Roshan.
Okay, so now I request everyone to please, everyone, get up from your seat. Yes,
Come on,
yes,
come on,
yes.
everybody. Come on,
Right.
come on. Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, let's see how much energy we all have after eating, after having
Tell
our
me
lunch.
why. Tell me why.
Come on, get up, get up. Yes.
Why? Why?
And if you
warm up,
we are going to do some warm up. Yes, body warm up. Yes. Okay, so now I request everyone to keep your hands up. Hands up, hands up, hands up. And shake, 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 shake. Come on, come on, come on. Yes, yes. Fully. And now left. Left. Oh no, your left, not my left. Your left. Oh, now right. Oh, sorry. Left. I keep forgetting. Right. No. Left. Right. Left. And up. And little jump. And everyone come near the screen. Yes, come near the screen. And we all can greet each other with hello, hi in your native language. You can.
Come on, everybody.
Yes.
1, 2, 3. Yay!
Hello.
Bonjour, salam, Bousset.
Bonjour, salam.
Okay, super.
Ferrari to the sweetest girls I know. Goodbye, Piccadilly. Leicester Square. It's a long way to Tipperary, but my heart is still there.
Thank you. So we are now going to share some work with the World Climate School, initiated by Inga Mette with Rangbhumi, and then Lachelle and Juan will share their experiences. So Roshan, if you could quickly share the PPT.
Yeah.
Do you have the host rights?
Yeah.
Okay. So with World Climate School Norway and Inga Mette as our sister, friend, guide, we created this work with the youth of the children in a school in Rajasthan. We still are not able to see the screen, Roshan.
You're not able to see now?
Blank.
I am totally lost. I have a terrible duty, that is to put together all what has been said.
Thank you.
And it is very, very complicated. I will try to do my best.
Sure. Thank you, Luisa. Thank you. Yes, so this was a handshake with the World Climate School Norway and Rangbhumi, where we work with children in. Yes. Yeah. Yes,
Rangbhumi.
Rangbhumi. Yes, Luisa, you got that name finally. Yes. Okay. Next. Roshan. So this is the Rangbhumi team with Hans, who's the founder, and with Inga Mette, who is, I must say, the pillar. We call her Goddess Lakshmi, goddess of abundance, prosperity, god of love. Yes. So yes, Roshan. So this is the work that we did with the school in Rajasthan, the study, and we were working with 60 children there. This was all online. We created the Hans, Rob, and Inga Mette had a 12-module plan online, but we also had a lot of theater and applied arts embedded in the climate literacy. So playful way to create. If you see here, we looked at local issues. This is a theater play that we embedded with the conservation of water bodies. And this is a play that children engaged in and gave their suggestions of how they can save the water bodies. And I must report, the very next day, children went to one of the lake and water bodies in their city and started to create a campaign and clean it. So that was the effect and power of arts, that it was just there and children wanted to do that. Yes. So these are some of the ways that we create engaging work through image theater work. You see a lot of playfulness, games, exercises. And guess what? These are teachers also engaged. These are not students. They're all participating. It is non-hierarchical. It is, there is no border between the teacher and student. We are all the same. They're all participating. And we are creating a dream future of our home. If you see, that is the theater task. What is a dream? What is the future of a home on Mother Earth? Yes. And then we did something in Indian tradition. Our kitchen is our nature, as I always say. In our kitchen, when you walk in an Indian kitchen, you will see nature. Seeds, coriander seeds, parsley. I don't know the English names translation, but I'll say it in Hindi: dhania, mirch, turmeric, all of that you will get. Anything that you are, Roshan, we'll go back. We still not have done that, yes. So even if you fall ill, there is definitely a herb lying in the kitchen that will get you well through COVID too. So this is a process that we did with children. This is the principal of the school we did a project called Sowing the Seeds and creating a nature book. So he did that. All the children did that together. We sowed the seeds. We had sown the seeds together and created a book of nature experiences. Yes, which was published by the school at the end. Yes, this is a song that the school made after the project ended. They created a video and a song of Aao Hum Sab Saath Milaye, which in English means, let's join our hands together and walk together. So this is the Sow the Seeds project. As the children sow the seeds, they gathered in their community, shared stories. You can see some of them had already seeds captured in various stages of their growth, sprouting and then becoming a sapling, from a sapling to sprouting to a plant. And they also were sharing stories with their grandparents, parents, and neighborhoods about forests, nature, seeds, and a lot of other things. Yes. So it is a community working together. These are all the books that they made, which is published in a book. And now the school has published a book. They will be distributing the books in a very eco-friendly way with handmade papers that they made and colors. These are some of you can see what are the emotions related to nature. Intelligent, nature is busy sometimes, nature is tiny for me, I feel sad. Importance, wishes for the future, completely cured nature. Yes, you see a girl wrote, completely cured nature. Healthy life and green environment. And some of the feelings, they said that they feel guilty. If you see one of the participants written, it's their 10-year-old young youth members. Yes. So we also did something called as the heroine's journey or the hero's journey of nature. How would the nature heroine's journey look like? What's the call? Where are we called to? What's the challenge or the threshold? What's the ordeal? What's happening in the ordeal? The boon after the ordeal gets over, what are we walking away with the boon and the return? So children made entire theater play on this Joseph Campbell's and heroine's journey. And they presented to each other and we created a small video on the same. Yes. And then these are some of the other acts that we did with children: reuse, recycle, and reduce. Thank you so much. And now I will hand it over to Dhwan and Lachelle of the Radio Theatre Experience. Lachelle, why don't you go ahead and then we pass it to Dhwan. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So, namaste. Hi, my name is Lachelle. I'm 10 and I'm from Mumbai, India. I've been learning and performing with Rangbhoomi for 3 years now. And I've enjoyed all the performances that I've done with them. But enough about introductions. Let's get on into the questions that I'm going to answer. The first one is, what is climate change to me? Climate change basically means change of climate. We all know that change is a constant, right? But do we want the climate changing so drastically that that the very existence of mankind is at risk. We, I mean that older generations gone by, that until recently we didn't pay too much attention to climate change. We didn't realize what each action of ours was doing to our planet and to life as we know it. We walk into a room and we switch on the AC. We leave our home and get right into our car to go to the neighborhood grocer instead of walking. We have been happy about these so-called conveniences, but now we're realizing that all our actions, all our footsteps are leaving footprints, carbon footprints. It's time we stopped and listened. And with that, I come to my next question. So why did I choose to work on this theatre project? Theatre is always about seeing, but this was about listening because it was radio theatre. You know? And I also got a chance to work on my voice and my voice expressions. Next question. Did I learn anything new during this process? I learned about this very important topic, climate change, because I'd never really learned anything about it other than one chapter in school. It is a serious topic, but we had fun researching and learning. It was a serious topic, but we had fun researching and learning together for the performance. And I realized for us kids, this is the best way to get us involved. Now my last question, or let's rather say message, is a message from India to the world. Well, just 3 words. Keep it simple. Live a simple life. But I want to add 2 more. Slow down. I keep hearing so many adults saying life is going too fast. But then I realized you need to take the car because you don't have time to walk. But when we slow down, we will have time to walk. We will have time to think about our actions, contributing to climate change. We will have time to think about making a difference. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Beautiful, beautiful. Slow down. Thank you, Michelle. You can see the world is clapping and applauding. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. Over to Dhwan, our next young man.
Hi everyone, I'm Dhwan and I'm from Mumbai, India. And today I'm going to talk about climate change. It's a serious topic currently in the world and many people have been talking about it. So my first question is, what is climate change for me and what I wanted to spread awareness of. Climate change is a serious topic currently, and I wanted that I would take serious steps for climate change and save the planet and spread awareness of climate change in the age group where I 10 years old and give speeches on it so that many children start understanding about climate change and they take steps to save our earth from carbon footprints. The second question is, why a climate project? So I wanted to do certain things for saving my planet. Once I went for a trek when I went for a trek, while coming back, I saw garbage lying in the forest, and my friends and I had a sudden idea, and we started picking up the garbage in bags and putting them in the dustbins. So we cleaned a part of the forest, and my friends and I collaborated with each other, and we think about it when we go down to play about saving our earth from carbon footprints. My third question was what did I learn from the theater? So the radio theater which I did was a very nice thing. I enjoyed it a lot, and I got the opportunity to speak on radio for the first time, and I learned about many things on radio that
about my voice modulation and not about expressions because it was a radio show. My fourth question, message to the world from India. India is a country which is leading currently in the world's in the carbon foot in the global warming in the global warming event, and I, being a proud Indian, shares a bit of my all my success that I saved my earth from such carbon footprints, but I have to keep on saving them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwan. Thanks for this message. We have to keep on doing it. Wonderful. Thank you, Dwan and Michelle. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ngumete. Back to you. Yes, thank you so much.
One second. Wow, thank you. Thank you. We'll share the story of the C6. Maybe take a little talk a little bit. Thank you. I leave it to you, Premli, to speak to the world.
Yes.
On creativity and the
First of
future.
all, I'd like to thank our young inspirational leaders from Mumbai, India, who shared their concerns and also asked a lot of tough questions, especially for adults, decision makers and policy makers, especially those gathered here at the Conference of Parties 26 or the COP. So I wish you guys were here to hold policymakers and politicians accountable, because you are the guys who are going to face the brunt of whatever happens to our planet in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 decades from now. And most of those guys who made promises here will be long gone. So it will be all upon your shoulders to carry the burden created by grandparents or great-grandparents who did not think for generations to come. So I'm very glad that as we speak, there are thousands of young people marching in the streets of Glasgow right now. And at the same time, many other protests have been triggered around the world, thanks to young people like Greta Thunberg and many more like her, just like her, in other developing countries who we may not know of, but they are there and they're fighting the good fight. Now, I would like to share something what we are doing as a cross-collaborative project, which we call the C6, which is all about bringing creativity, culture from around the world, collaboration, these 3 C's to combat climate change. You know, we've been talking about politics, economics, science, but we need to engage the arts, people with music, people with poetry, with theater, the culture of the indigenous people that we don't hear of from the Amazon, from deep in the outback of Australia. They've been around for 40,000 years. The shamans high up in the Himalayas, you know, those medicine men, the Maasai warriors in Kenya and Tanzania, you know, the Bushmen who run all their lives, you know, they've got like they're like superhumans. Those monks that chant up in the monasteries high up in the Himalayas, and they don't eat anything, but they go into deep thought, and they can last for months just breathing air. Like you said, a young girl from Mumbai, we must slow down, put the brakes on in this rat race, trying to make money and then getting a heart attack by the time you hit 40 or a stroke. What's the use? You're not going to take that money anywhere, wherever you're going, you know? We are made of energy, and energy is pure love, it's pure light. When we leave this planet, we leave our mortal bodies behind, but our souls return to the universe where we come from. So energy can neither be created or destroyed. So we all journey to the stars. That's what I say when
I lose friends or families or people, I don't say rest in peace. We don't. I say journey well to the stars. This is what the Mayans also say, you know, as the Mayan way. They say journey well because you begin your journey in the afterlife. And that's life and death. It's all part of our existing in the cosmos. So our story is that we've created the C6 project to engage young people and using the arts as a platform, using music, using culture to bring together people from not across just Europe, but to engage people from across the spectrum, Asia, Africa, Latin America, as part of this Erasmus Plus C6 project, which is supported by the European Commission in Brussels, and it will last for 2 years. We will be creating a lot of video footage. We'll be doing a lot of interviews. This actually event today, thanks to the Glasgow University and the union that's hosted us here, we're gonna launch, and we would like you to follow us on the website. We will share in the group and cross-pollinate, cross-collaborate, create some beautiful stories and music to create this paradigm shift from Glasgow to the whole world and build a legacy of not saving the world, but saving humanity for generations to come. We all know that the planet has been around for billions of years. We humans just came in a fraction of a second if you look at time, space-time. But we've created so much damage on the planet that even the dinosaurs are worried. If you've seen that little video made by UNDP that a dinosaur came and addressed world leaders in the General Assembly, he said, at least we got struck by an asteroid, an extraterrestrial stone, but we humans are actually destroying ourselves on the planet. So the dinosaur said, wake up, humans. So on that note, I'd like to invite all of you to join us in spirit or physically or culturally, wherever you are with your arts, your story, your music, your songs, your theater group performances, so we can journey together as part of the C6 community. I know it's a European project, but we want to take it beyond the life of this 5 years and keep building on it with all our strategic partners, including Earth Bank. You'll be hearing from our colleague Bo, who's a forestry expert. He'll be presenting about his work, what he's doing, and how you can also join Earth Bank, which is what we envision to be the green revolute, where young people can, through peer-to-peer lending, all those thousands of young people out there following Greta, imagine if they can loan 10 pounds to another young farmer in Africa or Asia and Latin America, instead of borrowing at 25% interest, they can say, just take my 10 pounds, plant your trees, grow your tomatoes, do organic farming, you can return it back to me in kind. Why not? If those thousands of young people with just 10 pounds or $100 could invest that money to channel that positive energy to the developing world, not waiting for governments and big banks, we can make a hell lot of a difference. If 100,000 people are marching in Glasgow right now, we take their collective energy and plant 100,000 trees in the Highlands of Scotland to rewild and also rewild your mindset. We can save people from flash floods downstream, and we can draw down 100,000 tons of carbon. It's nice to protest, it's nice to wake up governments, but we also need to take action individually, wherever you are. So this is my call to all of you, and may the forest be with you always. Thank you so much. Over to Bo.
Hello, everyone. Everyone can hear me, I hope. Perfect. Hi, my name is Bo, and I'm the head of carbon and monitoring with Earth Bank. I'm very happy to have this wonderful opportunity to present to you the work we do and how Earth Bank is trying to present climate actions that is able to scale up solutions and having a direct benefit for rural community as well. The essence of what we are doing at Earth Bank is providing a credit carbon market and climate financing mechanism to scale up rapid carbon drawdown And let me walk you through what we mean by that. At Earth Bank, we are on a mission to incentivize planetary regeneration at a scale and a speed that can draw down enough carbon fast enough to prevent what we call a runaway climate change. The figure we see up here, the 300 gigatons of CO2, for those of you who are not familiar with that term, it's equivalent to 300 billion tons of CO2. This figure represents a reasonable estimate of how much carbon we need to draw down by 2030 in order to stay on track for our 1.5 degrees deliverings from the Paris Agreement. In this, we believe that natural climate solutions are critical. They can have the potential to play a huge role in this, preventing runaway climate change. Research has found that natural climate solutions, such as reforestation or regenerative farming, has the potential to contribute up to 1/3 of what is needed to be drawn down by 2030. While natural climate solutions are vital for mitigating climate change through carbon sequestration, storage of carbon in natural ecosystems, importantly, they also address climate change inequity in being the most beneficial solution for rural communities who often are the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. By directly providing ecosystem services for the community and adaptation measures such as decreasing soil erosion and securing food security, nature climate solutions can prove an immense role, but they lack critical infrastructure to scale rapidly. This is where we as Earth Bank is a carbon and finance marketplace. Carbon buyers and carbon project investors use Earth Bank to take action on climate change while also supporting local rural communities. Earth Bank's carbon and marketplace connects smallholders, small farmers, subsidy farmers transitioning into greater farms and large-scale projects with customers and investors. It provides a win-win solution for both sides of the market. Natural climate solutions projects of any size can enter the market and gain carbon revenues to incentivize their work and improve their resilience. The benefit from our auditing technology as it supports the credibility and the transparency of the projects, and it eliminates the potential of greenwash and certifies the buyers. Our marketplace also provides low-cost finance to nature climate solutions, which I'll talk about shortly. So, why offset with Earth Bank? Why use Earth Bank? Why do we distinguish from others? Well, we collaborate with the European Space Agency, located in Scandinavia, gaining access to satellite imagery of anywhere on the planet, meaning we are not bound to one location only. We are the only company that conducts independent audits of already existing carbon projects, providing to the transparency and securing that what you actually read about is still there. Nothing has necessarily changed, and if it changes, we are able to measure it. Our remote sensing approach using satellite data reduces the need for expensive and slow ground truthing, or what we also call field surveying. You no longer have the need to repeatedly send out field teams. And we have the flexibility of the data provided to us almost in real time, so you can do it as often as you wish. For instance, if there's local flooding or hurricane or wildfire, we can see the impact of it. We also provide fintech financing solutions by aggregating projects into green bonds. These bonds are invested by institutional investors, such as the African Development Bank and private investors alike. The investors receive a strong annual return up to 6% per year with our grow bonds. And these bonds are financing the agroforestry and forestation measures on the ground, providing access to quick and low cost financing to the projects, opposite to what we sometimes see where rural communities have to adopt crazy amounts of loans that is difficult for them to pay off at such an early stage. It's low cost because once the project is going, carbon is sequestered on the ground. It means the project itself, it rises in value, and it's a security for us. Therefore, you can sell a lower price. We make climate action easier than ever with our API. It enables any business to adopt our measures and allowing for a scale up in customers. And when that's, yeah, I believe that's it.
Yes. Yes, it's the Earth Bank.
Was it too long?
No, it's good. It's so good. Wow, the Earth Bank, the
Ideas really do.
the banking of the future. On that note, I think I'd like to invite Makoto from Japan, working with the SDGs and also working in long-term investments for humanity. Please take a floor and comment what you're seeing and what you're feeling and what your heart is telling you to activate.
Thank you very much. I'm Mako Kubo. I'm a project director for Music for SDGs. So I'm just wondering if I'm qualified as a young person, but in Japan, as you know, we have almost 90,000 people who are 100 years and older in Japan. So with this standard, I may be seen as a young people.
You are young.
So, and then we are promoting the sustainable development goals through music. And also I'm working as a co-sherpa for APFF Sustainable Finance Development Network to promote the sustainable finance by the financial sector, including the long-term institutional investors. For example, my company has 1,500 companies which are either invested as a shares or provided with lending. And we just have a dialogue with each one of them to make sure that they are having a very sustainable business plan. Through this, we try to collaborate. So there are many different ways to contribute on the sustainable development goals. And maybe I may need 1 hour to talk about the sustainable finance by institutional investors, but I think I'm invited by Engel Mette as the project director for Music for SDGs. So I'd like to share some of the activities that we are doing to promote SDGs through music. So can I share the screen?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Just try it. Can you see this? Okay, okay, just a moment, please. Maybe. Okay.
Thank you for sharing this with us.
Yep. Sorry, I cannot click. So just okay, just a moment, please. First I try to share my screen from the beginning. Okay, and now I try to share screen. You see my slide. So let me summarize our project very quickly. So, our Music for SDGs is a project to promote provide opportunities for general public to deepen understanding of SDGs in an easier and enjoyable way through music events. We organize this by the Music for SDGs Coalition, MAC, Flower Harmony, and Kippe in collaboration with Social Japan. Also, we have Glocher IAAI as a global partner for as a part of Action Now. And also we have the Gloria Starkins as an ambassador. So as I explained, I'm also involved in the investment side. So I'm trying to promote the SDGs both through investment, insurance, also entertainment. And then why it matters, because the music can actually connect the people. So it's a very easier and entertaining way to actually to educate people. I have written probably 100 pages on the SDGs, but I'm wondering who would actually read those documents. So probably those who are already familiar with SDGs might be our readers. So in order to expand the reach on the SDGs, we need to educate through entertainment. That's much more effective. That's why I launched this Music for SDGs project. So we have a focus on innovation. We are exploring the new generation of entertainment through technology and innovation, and especially including the digitalization. And also we would like to support the sustainable music career among the artists. The artists are struggling right now under the COVID-19. So we would like to support those artists at the same time. Education can be innovated through entertainment. You can, the young people, children can enjoy and learn at the same time. And we can connect hundreds of millions of people through online platform. Those are the focus of our activities. And we have a lot of different activities. I don't have time to go through all the events, but thanks to the innovation and online, we connect the people through entertainment events back to back the many United Nations events, such as there's matters. But I'd like to focus. The most recent event was the United Nations 76 Celebration Music Festival for SDGs 2021. We invited the artists from all around the world, and just to have an education speech and some messages together with a lot of different music events. And I'd like to draw attention to some of the collaborators that we are trying to team up with, and some of the people are with us in this Zoom room. So I'd like to briefly summarize our collaborators. So SDG Spiral, which is an NPO, which is actually promoting the sustainable development goals by connecting the regional people and also using the arts and also helping the children in poverty. So they have a broadcasting system actually to educate people. And Tao Morikawa is with us today, and she's the co-chair for the SDG Spiral. And we are planning to have a collaboration concert and events together with them and promoting the SDGs. Women Orchestra is the women-only orchestra with a spirit of empowered women and gender equality. And interestingly, I actually travel around the world with some of the selected women orchestra members, and we actually provided a guest lecture, keynote speech in the insurance-related the university courses or the FMAS having and the ASEAN Congress, and I turned my keynote speech into entirely into a musical form. So, and then while I was talking about SDGs, there's a live band which is producing the music. So that would this is one effective way of communication, and I think I enhanced the awareness of the SDGs among the students. And Kimono Global Club is actually promoting the Japanese culture and Japanese attire and promoting the sustainable fashion. And also the I think the Kimono Global Club has and Music for SDGs have a collaboration, and we have the concert with the artists wearing kimono and Japanese attire in both traditional and innovative way. And Heiwa Matsuri is also the initiative is that connecting the people wearing kimono and praying for peace. And we recently participated in Heiwa Matsuri as a team New York, and we had the concert wearing kimono, including me as a vocal. And then the Catchers Performing Arts. Cooper is actually supporting artists and at the same time building the better society through culture, art, and entertainment. Recently, the Ofuku and SDGs Rock Tokyo participated in the recent COP26 Music for Climate Justice Live. And those award-winning dancers and actors actually perform at the beautiful temple in Tokyo. And Tiara Group is the organization which is supporting a lot of SDGs related events, including the prayer for peace in the Memorial Day in Okinawa, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, also the Pearl Harbor Day in Hawaii. And recently we co-hosted the New York concert with them, and then we just combined the talk with SDGs and also music, especially including J-pop and anime in jazz. And then Humming for Peace, I think some of the members today with us, and Yukie Kakubari-san founded a fantastic project of connecting the people through humming and praying for peace. The good thing about humming is that you don't have to remember the lyrics. You don't have to have a same language because there's no language. So the humming is a global and universal language. We can connect the people through music. Actually, they are looking at the diversity, and they are looking at the very beautiful differences that each individual has. And I'm a part of this program and try to connect the people. 10th of October every year would be designated of the Humming Day, and we would like to invite everyone on this planet to be part of this project. Fairy is a very beautiful dancing team led by Rina Yoshikawa, and including the children with and without disability, and they are dancing together. Recently, they are part of the Tokyo Paralympic Olympic final, the celebration performance, and I try to help creating the society which look at the disability as a value, and it's a kind of the personality, and then we can just create a society which is inclusive. And then Mother Earth Cup Zero is a project to award the innovation promoting on SDGs. And we try to help them by having the music events combined with those innovations. And recently we set up the project to enhance education through music and art. For example, we are helping to create a video material. Maybe we can include in anime, computer games, movies, musicals, and we can educate people through their music and movies and video. It's a very effective way. So lastly, is the music for SDGs. You can contact with us if you're interested. We try to have an inclusive community of using the entertainment and also for a better world. And my business card is I have each of the different artists with disabilities. We supported that project, and also we supported the construction of elementary school in Cambodia by having an animation festival. So this is kind of another way of contributing on a society. So sorry for a very long presentation. This is a kind of snapshot of the music for SDGs activities. And we are now working with Angel Mette to prepare for the Stockholm +50 music event. And the United Nations Environmental Program has the 50-year anniversary there. So we try to combine the music and art, and we can just entertain the whole world and to build the sustainable future. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is David, the first speaker, still around? Because I know he talked about climate projects, but BARD is actually led by the Vice Chancellor. He actually has a whole Philharmonia orchestra in New York, and really BARD is supposed to be the #1 partnership of arts colleges all around the world. It has a huge amount of backing from people like George Soros and Open Society to do arts and music everywhere. So it sounds as if there could be huge connections between what Mac does, what Inga does, making sure that things at a national level actually hit the ground with communities, youth, artists. It's really important to get the gap from these top organizations which you are able to access and the wonderful youth on the ground.
Thank you. We don't have to compete each other. We can collaborate. So it's a very important to have a connection so that we can leverage all the different initiatives into one very big community initiative.
Sheila, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers and all the names. I think I have them mixed up. I wrote them across each other. So let me begin with the humming. Instead of the 10th of October every year, why don't we dedicate one day a week, couple hours a day around the world where we can do that humming? It sounds like a brilliant idea.
We start immediately.
That's beautiful. So I can arrange a group of humming people.
Action now.
And the other question is, someone mentioned the children raising money and granting it as loans and that sort of thing. I was thinking about the Grameen Bank and the work it was doing. And as a former UN professional, I saw that I didn't like the microcredit thing at all, because I thought that it drove more people into poverty. But spending 7 years in peacekeeping, I saw that when the money gets into the hands of women, every penny was paid back, right? And there's much about women here at this that I've heard, but it's important to even think about that, and our children. I mean, I'm blown away with the kids, you know. I still have a high listening to those two kids. There's something else that I write over what I write in and so on, and it doesn't make sense. But I think if we can, once upon a time, community used to come together and help somebody in that community moving forward. There's a little food stand or a little shop somewhere or so on, but we have killed communities, a sense of communities. And so I think that's what we're going to need to build trust again, to bring that back into society. And then we find a way, and it can begin with the children.
Yes, we will start immediately with action on the humming.
Yeah.
From the children from around the world. But right now, I'd like to bring us again, even down to the ground on creative industries. I'd like to bring us into the world from Asia, traveling along the Silk Road, stopping in Pakistan, and we're going to talk about the Himalayas. And my friend Sadaf from Pakistan is here. She likes to address a deeper concern of the creative industry of tourism as a stage to create regenerative economies locally. Are you here, Sadaf? Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Makoto. I'm so happy to see you. I'm also greetings from Alex, who is also coming in here to say hello to all of us. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone from University of Glasgow. And I thank Inger Met and our host to give me the privilege to talk today. As Inger said, I'm from Pakistan, belong to the Northwest Frontier. How I started working for climate change, I have a very strong story to tell today. I was 8 years old when me and my family, we were the victim of the first flash floods that took place in Kalam, Swat, and where my resort is called the Walnut Heights. Growing up in that area, in 2010 was a major catastrophe which Pakistan faced for the floods all across. Again, me and my mother, we were the victim and we were stranded. And when I still think about it, it gave me shivers. I started working on sustainable development goals 2 years back. And by profession, I am a tourism and hospitality expert. and I'm here all the way in Glasgow for COP26 to build partnership for green travel, sustainable tourism, and eco-friendly resorts. That is what is required for my country and the beautiful places that we have. And I am the global voice for the grassroots community who are facing these challenges every year. From years, it has come to months in the monsoon seasons. So I look forward, and I have met a lot of exciting people here in Glasgow who I will be working and taking them to Pakistan to work for the first time. And our Prime Minister initiative is, of course, our priority is tourism and climate change. And we will be working on ecotourism, the first concept in Pakistan. It's not just Pakistan that I'm talking about. I think it's all over the world. But we have similar problems, not only climate change, poverty is another thing. Clean and affordable energy. The community that I'm representing, the poverty level is so high, you can't expect them to even buy a solar panel, leave alone clean drinking water, and health issues due to contaminated water are other issues we are facing. So I thank you once again. I will not take much time, and I'm very happy to represent, and whoever wants to connect, I'll be happy to work for Pakistan for ecotourism, green travel, and sustainable tourism projects. Thank you.
Judge? We can see faces on the screen here. Thank you for joining us globally. We'd like to introduce Raj.
Hi, Raj. Yay.
Hi, Raj.
Hi. Hello, Chetna. How are you?
Good to see you.
So, with the voices and a deep respect for all indigenous cultures, please take your lead.
Thank you.
There's no sound.
Voice.
We can't hear. You need to move the computer or something.
Can you hear? You can hear?
But not the gentleman. Gentleman is voiceless. No,
No.
we cannot hear your voice, gentlemen.
No.
Microphone that is only for ladies.
Only for ladies.
Yes,
More
microphone.
lipstick.
You can.
More lipstick.
I don't know why.
Can you hear me now?
Now, yes, you have become a lady.
Yes. Only ladies can speak.
Yeah, perfect. Right. So hello, everybody. First of all, thank you to the wonderful organizers here for this opportunity to come and speak here. And of course to Ingermate for connecting us all. I am with Ingermate on the World Climate School, and also work with Chetna and
Excuse me, would you like
all
to
the other people of Rangbhoomi.
Would you like to say your name? Your name. What
Yes. Yeah, I said that once, I think. Yeah. So I am Raj, Rituraj Phukan from Assam in the northeast of India.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I am from the Eastern Himalayas, and Assam, where I live, is one of the early climate impacted regions in the world. And I am here as a representative of the Citizens Climate Education Corps. I'll be in the blue zone next week. And I have been using my time during the first week to be speaking at different venues. Very quickly, the Eastern Himalayas is one of the most fastest warming places on Earth. And there are a lot of solutions we are looking into. One initiative that I'm currently working with, it's relation to education, and it's a part of the World Climate School. We have collaboration, and the organization is known as Subject to Climate, subject to climate.org. It's based out of the US, and we provide free resources created by teachers for teachers for integrating climate change education into existing curriculums around the world. So have a look at the website. It's free forever, free to use, and there are lesson plans, presentations, and all kinds of resources that would help integrate anybody who is teaching, whether history or geography or science, to bring climate change without any change in the syllabus. With that, I thank you once again, and hope to see you all soon. Bye-bye.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good evening. I'm Soumitra Das. I am the president of Healthy Climate Initiative that I founded. Today I'm going to talk about what is happening in our country, in India. I'm right now in the US, living in the US, but I originally came from India. One of the fatal catastrophic problem is in the making in India and surrounding other countries, 6 countries that touch Himalayas. I heard Sadat, someone talked about a Himalayan outburst flood. I heard Eastern Himalayas. And we have been in our organization trying to find a solution. So let me give you a background, what it is, what is the problem. So Himalayas stores the largest amount of fresh water outside the 2 poles. It is the fresh water tower of Asia. And if you think about the 10 largest rivers, Ganges, Indus, Brahmaputra, Irrawaddy in China, you have all those rivers originated from Ganges, from Himalayan glaciers. Now imagine that glaciers are not there. What would happen? The 2 billion people live in the river basins of Himalayas. The water, the 10 rivers that flow through the 6 countries we use for agriculture, drinking water, hydroelectric power. The whole economy for 2 billion people are dependent on those 10 rivers, and there is no water in those rivers. That is what is going to happen. Not too distant future. Now, why is that happening? Is that water, the glaciers are melting very fast, rapidly because of the temperature rising and other reasons. I'm going to go talk a little bit more about that. And because of that melt, there are 2 problems. There are 2 double whammies here. When it is melting fast, it is flooding the places downstream. For example, today Bangladesh is having 10 million climate refugees because of the water sea level rising and the salination of the soil that prevents from making any further agriculture. And the water is salty, they cannot drink it, they have to walk further away. So you have 10 million, you think about the Scotland has 5.5 million population and 10 million means twice the size of Scotland. So that's one side of the problem when it is melting. And we have another side of the problem is the Sundarban in the West Bengal, I did not even touch about. But basically you get this problem. You have the glacial lake outburst, that's what Sadat was talking about, because as glaciers are retreating, the lakes are forming, the lakes cannot be held together with this, the structure, and that can burst. And that's what you're going to see. In a few months ago, actually, we saw a huge glacial lake outburst, Jila, in India, about killing 200 people and destroying a lot of properties around that. So that's one of the problem. Another problem, when the glaciers melted, you do not have any water for drinking water, agriculture, and hydropower. So that is going to be 2 billion people. And that means it is going to, you have time?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Okay. So you have a situation, how do you solve the problem? And we cannot wait another, do not have the luxury to wait another 30 years for the carbon emission net zero situation, because we need immediate intervention today.
Today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We have redefined the day of yesterday to action for now. And one of the reasons we are doing it is on the deep respect for the blue planet. And the blue planet, I'm calling just from our side here, a closing from our dear friend, Alexander. And we were together yesterday, Friday, with United with the Imagine Action Group, the Journey to Now, on Thursday evening from Glasgow, at the Music for Climate Justice. We are leaving no one behind, and we're here to celebrate that we're going into action now. Our creativity is on fire.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for all being here. Hello, Mac. Pleasure to see you. We have just finished a very important event here at COP26 called Music for Climate Justice, where we had enormous amount of collaborators from around the world pledging to make sure that no one is left behind in this new paradigm that we are all here trying to forge together. That paradigm will be about adaptation, collaboration, and making sure that, as I said, no one is left out of the equation. As you all know, and as we've all heard here today, the people who are most impacted by climate change are disproportionately the poor, and we must do something as a collective to make sure that we address this. Now, a lot of different organizations are doing great work, like Inger just mentioned. Blue Planet Alliance was one of the first to actually make sure that the Hawaiian Islands were going to dedicate themselves to renewable energies. That is what we need from all of our government leadership, to make sure that they pledge that the energy transition will be swift, will be fair, to make sure that we all are doing our part, and even incremental things that we do in our day-to-day lives makes a huge difference. And we create this ripple effect around the world by making sure that we share our information, we share our passion for climate justice and climate action. So I am here today to tell you, please do not hesitate to, I will put my email in the chat. If you have an event going on in your respective regions, let us see how we can help amplify your voice. Let us see how we can make sure that all of our efforts are not wasted on just a small audience. We have the power of music, as Mac has suggested and as our event has just demonstrated. The power of music brings people together. And then we have the ability to educate a vast number of youth who are clamoring for leadership. We are this, let's just say, this transition generation that is, leaving these very difficult problems to a generation that had nothing to do with any of this destruction. So we all have a role to play, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for all of the dedication that you have in your own communities and making sure that you have all of the tools to help educate your community. Because as Inger was also saying, the World Climate School is a nonprofit structure. We encourage you to submit ideas to make sure that we build on this curriculum that will hopefully be integrated in all of our schools around the world. This is of vital importance, and we will be championing this both at the United Nations and all over the world with corporations, because corporations have a role to play here. We know that they have, obviously a big contribution to carbon emissions, as big corporations often do, whether it be from their real estate or their industrialized activities, but they have a role to play. So be sure to make sure that your local corporations pledge, even if it's a small pledge, it's something, and that will create a snowball effect, because we have the will. All of you have this will to make sure that this is not something that is just pushed underneath the rug and kicked down kicking down the can down the road, as they say, for someone else to take care of these problems. So I wanted to say thank you, namaste to all of you, and thank you again for all your leadership, your efforts. Your voices and your efforts are not ignored and are very much appreciated. And again, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. We thank you from the bottom of our heart. Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Power of love. The power of love. Let me just say. One last thing. The power of love is the one great unifier for all of us, and we all have it. We all have it. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Yes. Friends, we have had a very good day, I should say. We have made it together. Though we are together, we are strength. So the kind of crisis we are passing through, we have to translate it into a very greener, fairer, healthy world. So little opportunity to go back. It is time for going ahead. So I believe Professor Lucia Brunori, one word. Has it gone well today? One word.
Sorry, I didn't understand what you said. Luisa Brunori, and then?
What I say?
Hello.
Has it gone well? Our event today. Did you like it?
Oh, I loved it.
That's great.
I am,
So that's the wrap up for the day.
I tell you, I am totally impressed for
Sure.
this event. Shall I speak? Shall I talk?
Just 2 minutes, please. In 2 minutes, please.
Only 2 minutes?
Yeah, because the building will shut down soon. Given Saturday,
Is it
we
going
are
to
meant to be
break?
3 o'clock. Please.
To disappear?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
You're a great person. Do it, please.
Okay, so I will be quicker than I would imagine. Anyhow, it's not an easy task, the one you have given to me, but I will try to cope as much as I can. So that we have heard a lot of interesting and passionate things, and I have become passionate as well with you, because I think this is something that we have to face. Absolutely, absolutely. So sorry. I am a psychologist, a group analyst, and this is my point of reference, theoretically speaking. So my focus is that my keyword is process, the process in which we are between all of us, between each individual and the group and the family, the group, the society, and so on, and each of us, between us. And I think that this is a basic point, also because oikos economy derives from Greek, oikos nomos, the rule of the family home. This implies that oikos nomos has given us this kind of rules that we do not like at the moment. We want to change. Finished already? No, come on. So we have, I think that as a process situation, we have several words which are basic. One is awareness, because we have to be aware individually and as a group. We have to be aware of what is going on, or what we do when we buy a piece of chocolate, a piece of sausage, a piece of whatever we buy, because that is our political, let us say, little gesture. It has a political meaning, so we have to be very careful. So from one point of view, awareness, and then immediately after, responsibility about our actions, and being able to understand what we are going to provoke in this way. Momento, qua, ci. Okay. So we have to imagine. I have taken notes and I have underlined. Non mi far perdere il filo. Don't make me lose the line. So new economy includes the needs of human beings, not the need of profit. This is very important, especially when the profit does not take care of humanity of human beings. This is absolutely basic.
No.
Then
Lisa.
Dimmi.
Yeah, Luisa, I'm the voice from the ocean.
And so now wait a minute.
The voice of the rain.
No, the ocean has to be quite still 3 minutes. Then the voice of so for education, absolutely education for children, because we do not refer
universal education for children,
that a human being are homo homini lupus. Maybe he was something like that. Does not imply. I am referring to mirror neuron. Have you ever heard about mirror neuron? No.
Luisa, ho una proposta perché sì, no, perché dobbiamo finire e quindi c'è una cosa che facciamo alla fine, ma forse può essere legato a questo proprio dei neuroni specchi.
Allora, mirror neurons is another point that has to do with our nature. Empathy, we need empathy, each other. We need this kind of stuff for our mental health, and this is basic. So this is the reason why you want to cut me, so I will cut. And so it's not a matter of being pessimistic or optimistic. We have to put our hands in our desire and push towards our future in a concrete way. So we'll do our best. Let us try. So I make a proposal.
Se- eh, lo-
are
lo-
those
lo-
of impotence. We have to overcome the situation and try to go through first toward hope. And is how we have what we have to do. And I think we have to create a win-win movement through which we should try to develop the idea that came out this afternoon. I never had this kind of meeting with you, but I need
Bravo, thank you, Luisa. Thank you. Thank you, my
need
friend
to
Harry
have
Bird.
a win-win
Others.
movement, almost finished, as I have created a win-win association. And if you want, I can help in this sense. If we take our hands, if we take our hands all together, we can do this. And I thank you very much for taking me in this fantastic discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Grazie. Grazie. Tell me, dear.
I see my great friend, our
Yeah.
great friend, Chris Macker there. Thank you, Chris. All the best. We're a long way through.
But one
So
question.
we'll make things
One
again
question.
in a nice way.
Will you
in
just
a
explain
in a Ramesputin way. Thank you. Thank you, Harry Bird. Thank you, friends.
New economics session?
Are you saying that I am your good friend?
Yes.
You are my friend. You are my friend, not me yours.
Ingemete, can we do the closing, or when
Do
is
the
the closing
closing,
happening?
please.
Okay. Okay. So
Well, thank you,
I,
Lisa. Thank you. It was
Uh,
exactly like it should be, a
yeah.
cacophonic, and yes, not okay with
Yes,
it from the
I-
Italian country.
Yes, I want to close with we said a lot and we listened to a lot of words and ideas, and I want to invite us to do 3 different difficult things. And the first difficult thing is to stand up, but to stand up listening to the body. So I invite you to listen, to feel like you have time, and you listen how your body wants to stand up. Okay, so this is the first objective. If you have your video off, you can turn it on so we can see it.
My
Just
body
find
is
a
in
way
pieces.
to
My body is in pieces.
yes. So we stand up, and then this is the first task. I don't see the people in the room, but if you were sitting, now you can stand. So now first thing is we see what we have a body and we can standing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the second thing I'm going to ask you is to make a shape of the challenges we are facing that you heard today, something that stayed with you. So it's just an image. And we just take this image of something, a shape in the body. So for example, this is my shape, no? So you can take a shape and you can look around, you can see all the shapes around you. And I hope the people in the room, they are standing up and shaping. We cannot see, but we can see the people in the screen. We can see, and what do we see in this shape? And we listen to the body, and we see what other shape wants to happen. And we try to move from the challenge to what we feel can be the solution for my body, for the well-being. I just look, I move, I listen to my body. If there is a movement, I just listen to it. Until I arrive to something that I feels like a movement that signifies for me. It feels, how does it feel like to be in this new shape? This is my solution. It's to stand behind my daughter and the future and reach out to all of you. And then we look around, so we look around the screens and we look around the room if we are in the room. And we see the people around us that are with us. And we like Luisa said, we take the hands, we take the invisible hand. So with the left hand, we take the invisible hand of someone here. So Nico, I'm taking your hand. Give me your hand, Nico. Take your hand. Give me your hand. Okay, now I'm sending my hand to Luisa. Luisa, you holding my hand? Yes, you hold. Now send your hand to someone else.
No, give me your hand to me. Give me your hand up to me.
Holding hands like this.
Here it is.
Up here. Ciao. Ciao.
Yes, here. Ciao. And now send the hand to someone else, Luisa.
Sì. Ciao. Ciao.
Global
Guarda, there is also my friend. My friend.
The global assembly is coming to an end.
They need to close the whole. Sorry, we don't have time. They have to close the whole, guys.
Thank you all for
Okay,
participating. Stay safe.
we're holding hands. We don't stay here. You can go out. So we're holding hands together now. Yeah, you're holding hands. Are you holding hands? Yes. Show us.